So a lot of the top guys were playing. But if anybody does want to challenge and play, I will play. And actually, just kidding. Just kidding. This guy is back on. He's playing Grizzly Bear. So Magnus is not done for the day. But he's not playing Andy Tang. But we will have a Magnus Carlsen watch party. Okay, guy's not done. Guy is addicted to Bullet. And here he is playing the Iranian Parham Maghsoodloo. I'm sure I'm not able to pronounce that name right, but actually this is, in a way, it's pretty good. So we missed the Andy Tang match. Wasn't able to cover that one. They did play for hours and hours. I guess it's probably been about 3 hours, that match, and now we will move on. Hey, Clay T Dog in the house. And we will see. So there's this pass deep on here, and they got to this position, this sort of middle game, sort of end game, very, very quickly here. It's a lot of pieces have come off the board in about 20 seconds. Fluids in the house. Some people come in shouting themselves out. Good to have you, Fluids. Welcome back. And we'll see. So this is a very strong player. The historical record here is 81 for Magnus, 21 for Grizzly Bear. So, yeah, typically a good opponent. But here, the Grizzly Bear with 2 wins in a row. And Magnus coming off this hot win streak here against Andy Tang. Now losing 2 in a row. Hey, John, how's it going? Jan was just watching the Nackvinson Gambit, which you guys can all check out on my YouTube channel. I'm glad John brought it up. Hopefully you guys enjoy it. If you do play the Ursov Gambit, it's an awesome way to complement it. It's been played about 4 times in real life, so I've pretty much doubled the database on the Nackvinson Gambit. Ert is in the house. Good to have you guys. And yeah, Magnus, who was playing so well, definitely considering 3,300, is now fallen behind in this brand new match against Grizzly Bear. 2 games to none. He does seem to have a lot of activity here. They are getting to endgames really, really quickly too, which is interesting. So all the pieces come off the board in the first 30 seconds. I'm into house as well. But yeah, I'm just happy that I'm able to stream at the moment. Finkel, how's it going? So, whoa, that didn't work out. It was a rook blundered there. He pre-moved. He must have expected something different. And, oh, sorry. So that's actually the second game for Grizzly. You can see down here, it is 0-2 today. So Magnus playing solid. White gives black the center. And black just happy to have some extra space. Hey, Coolio. Yeah, he was just, he was very, very close. He's lost 2 games in a row now. But yeah, he was very, very close to getting back to 3,300. He has been playing now for about 3 hours. And here he's up a pawn, and everything seems to be pretty safe for him. Black has pressure on the queen side, up a pawn. This is looking very good for Magnus. Just targeting the king side too. Yeah, looks like this one is going Magnus's way so far. He's also playing earlier, so one of the challenges for me for covering him is he's doing it during the day, which is when I'm watching the kids most of my time. But this time, he is playing earlier, probably because he has been doing commentary for the Nations Cup that's going on, which could mean he might be on here for a long time. We're going to have to wait and find out. This doesn't work. So he's not even getting this piece back, but even if he could, that'd be a really weird way to do it. So it looks like Magnus may have goofed a little bit. Be sad to see him lose 3 in a row. That'd be kind of crazy. So now, is the Grizzly Bear going to strike again? Magnus was in full control of this game. And now having some pretty big thinks here, too. Not going to help either. Trying to set up some sort of mate. Not quite there. Yeah. Magnus in a lot of trouble and not moving that quickly. Hanging stuff. Time scramble. Looking bad. Magnus is going to go down for a third time. That's 3 in a row for the Grizzly Bear. Mr. Popezilla, how's it going? Alright, so we have an English now. So yeah, Carlsen should be happy with the structure. He likes this kind of structure. He likes imbalances. A bishop took a knight. And white just gets to get something going on the king side, potentially. Oh, cool. Yeah, you've been reading the Mastering Chess Strategy. Yeah, I hope it does help you get to 2,000. Yeah. So, it's a very good book. Alright. So, things are around equal. White does have the 2 bishops. He's probably trying to sneak the bishop to h3. Yeah, so his opponent, Parham Maghsoodloo, is in the 2600s FIDE. So, very strong player. Magnus obviously could take this knight, but he is preserving the 2 bishops. Should be a good way to keep a lot of pressure on black. And the king is starting to sneak in. He's going to run in and try to attack that g-pawn with the king. If he can pick up some of these pawns with the king, then his h-pawn will be running. Here. So, okay, still not trading for that knight. The bishop has to be careful not to run out of squares. So we see Magnus give a piece. Way up on time. But yeah, it's becoming a difficult challenge. If black takes, white just pushes and he makes a queen. So, and if he doesn't take, white just pushes and makes a queen. So not easy. And finally, Magnus gets a win here. Yeah, I know. I don't know how many people have beaten Magnus 3 times in a row in Bullet. All right, so we've seen this e5 from him without a6 in previous encounters, in previous matches. So, something he seems to be doing. It seems like kind of a sneaky surprise opening. Milad, good to have you with us. Yeah, he survived, Magnus survived adoption this time. But yeah, it was only 3 games, so we wasn't necessarily threatening an adoption, but yeah. Alright. Does Magnus just want to draw here? He can't be happy with the draw. He's got to do something else. This is the 3rd time now. Bishop g5 is the 3rd time, right? Okay, but even white doesn't want the draw. That's good to know. I'm glad white is slightly better. So it'd be kind of sad to see white just be like, yeah, I'm just in it for the draw. So I saw that we got a follow, but I guess the name was probably so incredibly long. Milad, thank you very much. And before Milad, did I miss one? Oh, classic Benjamin Feingold, a name which is apparently so long that it just says follow on the screen. Thank you, Milad, for the follow. The d-pawn, not too much of a weakness, hanging in there. But white does have a slight amount of pressure, a little bit better here. At some point can try to push c5, can some point try to play for some sort of tactic, but we'll need to do some setup to make it happen. Here, black lashes out. Not sure about it, but yeah, he gets a rook in. And he can move that e-pawn with check at some point. You're very welcome. Yeah, I'm very happy to do Magnus commentary. I wish I could have seen all of the penguin encounter from earlier today. It was a very epic match. So, checkmate. All right, Magnus back in form, 2 in a row. Ended his match against Penguin at something at around 3270-ish. So he actually has a little bit of work to do to get that rating back. But yeah, we'll see. Pretty much just farming the Penguin. It was pretty incredible to watch. Okay, so here, pressure on g6. This looks very, very dangerous for black. So yeah, if you can somehow get another rook to the f-file, keep everything the same, this will be very dangerous. White obviously wants to keep the queens on the board. White's on the attack. So rook to the f-file, but black's there in time for defense. Ooh, but this could be dangerous here. We'll see if white can find a mating net. Yeah, so now if you take the rook, there's mate. So you can't trade the rook straight away. So he does manage to pick up an exchange, get the queens off the board, and just kind of a technical win here. Hey Brian, how's it going? You would lose one and then win 6 repeatedly. I know. I wasn't able to cover the match. I was watching along though for quite a bit of it. Whenever I could, I was watching the kids during that time, and but it was really good. Magnus was playing incredible. So look to see if he can continue. So, and then the other huge surprise. But first of all, these black pawns. These guys are strong. Can black set up a mate somehow? Black looking to try to set up some sort of mate with these 2 pawns. Getting very dangerous over here for Magnus's king. Got him! He found it! Checkmate! That was sick. That was a good checkmate. Look at that. Those 2 pawns and the knights were working really well together. Really well done by the Grizzly Bear, who's now taking Magnus's rating points that he just earned way away from him with every game here. Holy cow. It is 4 for the Grizzly Bear, 2 for Magnus. That was a sick mate. Okay, so you can't take back with a pawn. So white just brings the last of the pieces into the game. Magnus up material, but there is some real potential here for white to get something nasty going. Alright, so Magnus up so much material, just need to avoid getting checkmated. White would dream of getting a queen here. Queen on g7 would be mate, but not going to be easy. Magnus sees it coming. White's just... So protecting this pawn. The white queen could have potentially taken there to try to go for a checkmate. We'll see if white can find a way to crash through here. Otherwise, it's just... This one will go to Magnus. Ah! That's a trick, but yeah, no, it doesn't work. The trick doesn't work. So, good job by Magnus. Alright, and Magnus gets another win. And here we go. We're playing a nice aggressive opening here. Again, we're seeing a lot of knight f6, knight g8 by both of these players in this in this kind of game. And not castling or anything, just going right for knight j5, attacking that f pawn. Lots of pressure. This could be an amazing attack here by Magnus. Let's see. Yeah, you have to take with the rook. And you can't take it now. Because we win. If you take with the knight, you take on h7. So, I guess... And yeah, white's just going to get the rest of the stuff out, and he's a piece up. Just get the bishop in, bring the other rook in. Alberto, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, so simply material up for white. Why won't my name Phi? Yeah, so it's an Iranian grandmaster, Parham Maghsoodloo, which I'm probably butchering, but yeah, very strong player. You can see, we can just do a real quick check here. 2680 rated FIDE from Iran. And these guys do have a history together. They have definitely played a few bullet games. You can see the lifetime scores, 84 for Magnus, 25 for Maghsoodloo. This one was a very brutal attack early on by Magnus. But that only evens up the score now. It is 4-4. And a big pause. So this could be the end of this match. So while we wait, I will play some people in rated games, obviously. Casual. Get out of here, casual. Rated 960. No. Try again, guys. It's going to have to be actual chess. 3 plus 2. Oh. Confused me. So, excellent game to my opponent. And we're going to skip it, unfortunately, because Mr. Carlsen is back on. So, saving me from that disaster. But, yeah, that was a really bad game. So, thank goodness Magnus is back here to save me. And he's playing the same guy. So, I wonder if he actually did just take a quick break. Thank you to everybody for the games and that crushing there at the very end. But he's back. So, again, he is playing Parham Maghsoodloo from... Let me see if I can pronounce it right so people don't get mad at me. Iran? Not Iran. But, I'm not full-time. How much time do I dedicate? I have a full-time job. I do work at the St. Louis Chess Club. I'm full-time there. But this is my just free time that I'm spending here. Watching Magnus games, playing viewers, doing that sort of stuff. But yeah, thank goodness Magnus here to save me. I was really confused that last game. So yeah, as we saw in the first encounter, so Magnus is, we'll count this all as the same match. He was playing a little bit earlier. There were 3 in a row. Thank you, Penguin Monkey, for the 100 bits. Magnus started. He lost the first 3 games to the Grizzly Bear, but then he sort of picked it back up, evened up the score, and then has just now picked up another game, putting him at a streak of 3. He was on a little bit earlier, for those that weren't here. Played a super epic 3-hour match against the Penguin, Andy Tang, and racked up a ton of points, way back over 3,200. He started at 31-something earlier today. He's playing a lot earlier than he usually does. It's now 10:50 or something in Norway, which for him is pretty early. Yeah, the Magic 8 Ball is fun, and it seems pretty reliable, actually. I don't think I've ever heard the Magic 8 Ball tell a lie. So... Silly, organic. Yeah, bots cannot know love. I wonder if that's actually going to be true forever. I bet you bots could be taught to love better than humans. Alright, huge time difference. Magnus is going to get the pawn back whenever he wants it. He's just trying to open up lines, though. He's trying to get at that black king. And, yeah, so he kind of messed this up, but is 2 seconds enough? Grizzly Bear probably not moving fast enough. Trying to make safe pre-moves, but, yeah, he's going to run out of time. You just got to take that pawn, and you at least make a draw there. Aha, French! Yes, Magnus Carlsen playing the French. Time to get excited. And he's playing it exactly how I would. And I would have played f6 there instead of rook to c8. But this is an idea. So we will see how this works out for Magnus. And can't see opponent. Oh, yeah, I got to go back into watch party mode. There you go. So now hopefully we can all see the score a little bit better. What are most of the FMs, NMs? I know. Yeah, they usually are around 2,300, which, by comparison, so you're looking at somebody now that is 3,200 that we're watching here. So just an incredible difference in the quality. Essentially, not quite perfect, but like, you know, gonna see all the basic tactics, going to immediately come up with a pretty good plan. Magnus, more than anybody in the world, does seem to know where all the pieces goes and sees all the tactics in the position. Obviously makes mistakes, not 100%, but better than anyone else when it comes to all the basic chess stuff. Alright, pressure on f7, gets out of it. And rook against the bishop, so this should be pretty good for Magnus. Oh yeah. He kind of does this. He allows some counterplay. Like, he's giving up his f-pawn to take all the other stuff. These are big decisions that are really hard in practice, you know? Like, in real life, that's my pawn and it's protected. You don't really want to move the queen. But he's usually pretty good at knowing when it's time to, go for activity, take these other pawns. Has he made the right decision here? He lets his opponent queen, loses a rook. Magnus in bad shape here. Queen's coming off. Is he going to be able to get the A pawn running? I guess so. So now 2 pawns are running. White can go pick up this pawn, but then it's just not going to be enough. So, yeah, the pawns were dominating the bishop there. Shah won. Only person we can confidently say better than anyone else is Magnus, for sure. And here, yeah, we're seeing an early B3 opening. But yeah, it's really quite impressive. So the opponent he's playing is rated about 2680 FIDE, so pretty incredible. But we will try to see if there is a big distinction between the level, the quality of the play by both of these guys. So since resuming, Magnus has been doing pretty well, undefeated since they resumed the match, and sitting on 6.5 out of 4 against this opponent. Yeah, Grizzly Bear is a very good nickname for a strong chess player. You can tell he got this big bear coming at you, coming to get you every single game. So, what is going on here? Magnus up a pawn, and it's this weird D pawn. So, alright, so another pawn falls. Is there any discoveries? So this bishop is lined up with the queen, but I guess no discoveries were found. But yeah, it's pretty complicated. Black trying to get some pressure. And yeah, White doing a good job. So giving up a pawn here just to neutralize a lot of the pressure. Still a pawn up, and there was this nice little fork there. Right. So lots of exchanges, and Magnus calculated it pretty well, it appears. It's a rook against a bishop. Not super easy, but we're also seeing a huge difference in the amount of time used. Down to 2 seconds was Grizzly Bear. Magnus still had 17 seconds on the clock. So Grizzly Bear hanging in there, but will probably need to play a lot faster to keep up with Magnus. And in a lot of these matches, honestly, it's been Magnus just playing the absolute best chess, but not fast enough. I think perhaps because he was just playing with the Penguin, who's like top 3 fastest players in the world. It's just got to be. Maybe that's helped speed him up a little bit. Wow, knight d5. So yeah, if you take the pawn takes back, and there's a lot of pressure down the e-file, a lot of bad stuff could happen. And conversely, this other knight is probably never hanging either, because then there'd be pressure on the h-file. So Magnus was worried about the knight being captured. Queen gets attacked. Trying to find a good, safe square. You have to be worried because this rook is coming in. The rook coming into b8 is very annoying. White actually has a lot of pressure here. This looks very dangerous. Rook is attacked. But here you can take the knight. Rook takes a6. Not played. Rook hanging. He didn't see it. He didn't. His rook was hanging. He could have taken the knight. He didn't see it. That's a shame. Abby Nabby, how's it going? How many of these moves are prepped? So for these guys, when they actually play real games, it so depends on the position. But like grandmasters, a lot of times the really well prepared ones, they're going to go like 20 moves deep in every opening. And I've even heard some of them say like you go till the end. So like some variations, like the Berlin endgame, they've been studied so much. They really have gone to like the end in like a lot of different variations. Here, and thank you Cam Berge for the follow. Here, I think Magnus is actually intentionally, like he's not showing a lot of prep. If he has some really good openings, he's probably not going to play it in a 1-minute game. And he's actually playing openings where he's kind of getting positions where he's not going to know a lot of theory, but he's going to know the ideas and try to argue, okay, I'm going to play b3, and I'm not going to know all the theory, but hopefully I can understand the ideas a lot better than my opponent. Okay, so things are getting closed up, but white has the H file here and is up some material. White's up in exchange, pinpointing that E pawn, and the question is, yeah, can you get this guy into the game right away? And he's just doing it knowing that perhaps the A pawn will fall, but as long as he gets all of his pieces super active, he will be in great shape. And the black king is in bad shape. Not as bad as I thought initially, but black king running around a bit. Magnus should be able to figure this one out. Hey, Nif. So he is playing an Iranian grandmaster. I'll show the name really quick. It's not this one. It's Parham Maghsoodloo, 2680 from Iran. Very strong player. And Magnus has won 8.5 out of 5.5 today. So this looks like it came out of a Scandi, but yeah, this could come from actually a couple different openings here. And we got an isolated queen's pawn for the first time. So theory is, it's not just like computer suggested moves, although there will be a lot of overlap. Over time, as like millions and millions of games have been played, theory is the accumulation of what the most common moves are in any one position. So the most popular move is e4, and the most popular response is e5. So that kind of becomes theory, and the lines go pretty deep sometimes. So whatever is played the most is almost always, like 99% of the time, going to be theoretically the best opening. Most people are trying to get an advantage when they play the game. You can obviously play like sidelines and or dubious stuff on purpose, but most people, when they play, they're going to try to play the very, very best moves, and those moves are going to get played over and over and over again, because the better the moves you play, the more likely you are to get a good position. The better your position, the more likely you are to win. So here, I assume it's about equal, but I always get scared of knights, even though black should have some comfort in all of these guys over here, and the fact that the kingside structure has been locked up. Look at that knight. It really had nowhere to go, because black could always have traded on any of the other squares. So the knight has to get out in a funky way. Magnus not allowing the trade. Happy with his two central pawns. Yeah, knight is annoying. Can he take that? I was wondering. Bishop not trapped? Bishop might be trapped, but he might make some argument that he doesn't care. Hard to move. It's a real struggle to make a move here, but he's got a pawn running. Oh boy. So yeah, the two pawns. Oh, good sacrifice, and Magnus doesn't go because he knows if he keeps that pawn, he can win the game. So okay. Draw is fair there. GP Bear, what's up? All right, and we get another French, this time Magnus on the white side. I always get excited when I see the French defense in action. All right, so he's just protecting his B pawn. H4 played. He's going to play H4, H5, so black shuts that down. And thank you for the follow, Keegan. I appreciate it. Glad to have a lot of you guys with me. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this. Yeah, so counterattack against the knight. Awesome. Yeah, I'm glad you love these watch parties. I'm super happy to do it. I'm very, very, very happy to host these. I could be the most excited person in the world to watch these things. I really love watching Magnus playing all these bullet matches every single day. All right. So things have sort of got locked up. The B pawn could be a target, but the queen moves away, so there's no longer pressure here. Hard. Like, the queen would love to be able to put pressure on this knight, but there's no real square from which to do it. Chess Patzer Swan, thank you very much for the follow. It's probably good for black to trade a couple things. That pawn is hanging. Just to make sure this king doesn't get into any danger. So a couple trades were good, but he did lose a pawn in the process. And now can white sneak in, or will the Grizzly Bear mount a Grizzly-like defense? Saad Hall, thank you very much for the follow. Alright, queen starting to come in, pawns starting to run, time starting to matter. Alright, pinning the knight, probably going to take. So it's also the time where if black has something nasty, could sort of sneak in. But no, looks like this is going for Magnus here. So there's another for Magnus. 10 for Magnus, 6 for the Grizzly Bear, and a French defense. All right, this is the best one yet. This is my favorite watch party. Every game is a French. Is he going to play rook c8 again? He is. Play f6. f6 is the best move. Yeah, this is Parham Maghsoodloo. They were playing a little bit earlier today. They just played a couple games, and then I guess one of them had to go take a break or do something, but they are both right back at it. All right, so usually in these kinds of openings, the c-file opens up. Usually black is the first to it. They try to get some sort of activity on the queen side, and white just says, it's a French defense, so I will crush you on the king side and checkmate you. Which usually is not checkmate. It's like never checkmate, but in real life, it's not always easy to defend. So we will see what happens. These guys are pretty good. They defend pretty well. So this time we see it's Magnus that wants to trade off some of the pieces here. Succeeded in it. It has cost him more time. The problem in Bullet is that defending costs so much more time because you have to really think about what your opponent is doing. But here, yeah, he's going again. He's probably putting the knight here, trying to get pressure on the queen side. The pieces are doing well. He's got a lot of pressure over here. Seems to have enough defense for now. And yeah. Doomsday. Never play f6. Lolly, how's it going? Yo. B-baller fan. Yes, I seem to get that I talk like Jan Gustafsson. I seem to get that I talk like Chess Network. Neither of these are on purpose. I guess it's just my commentator voice, but a compliment. They are both fantastic members of the chess community, so I will take it. Uh-oh. Are these pawns on the move here? Looks very dangerous for everybody. Lots of pawns. Lots of pawns running down the board. Okay, so yeah, he at least managed to wipe off all those guys. He's not yet queening, but the king is there. Yeah, looks like a draw, but we will see. White also could have somehow tried to use the king, maybe, but I don't know. Draw is fine. Moopy by loopy. How's it going? Of course, another French. Yeah, queen g4 is usually a pretty critical move, and we just see the bishop retreat to f8. Which is a known idea, but it's not as common as a lot of other ideas. Often you also see king to f8 played to defend the g-pawn. All right, so white giving the pass d-pawn, but he gets the blockade. So we will see. Chimeric, probably typing the start of a sentence. Why isn't Magnus? True, false. Thank you for the follow. I really like that c8 bishop, the one that everybody always hates on. He's fine. He's a fine guy. He will find a way. But yeah. I do agree with the assessment. Seems like a perfectly fine French. Especially with pressure on the c-pawn. This one actually I think has turned out pretty well for black. Hard to get something better than this. So Magnus just relieving the pressure by getting rid of a pawn. Cost him a pawn there. And is he going to lose another one? Still one pawn. And we get a knight endgame. Only it's probably much closer to a draw than anything else. Not going to be easy. Whoa! But now it is. What was that? What was that? Uh-oh. Magnus blundered a knight. I don't know what happened there. Could have been a mouse slip or I don't know. That was kind of a weird one. Okay, switching it up, going with the Alekhine. So this has been a bad opponent for his rating. He's down now to 32-39. At one point today, he was at around 32-70, which is huge. He's actually gained quite a bit of points today, but this particular opponent has nicked him for quite a few rating points. Yeah, it was going to be a flag party. It was probably closer to a draw than a win, but we'll never know now because a piece fell off the board. Okay, exploiting the pin. Magnus down a pawn, but the king, is he stranded on e1? Also, queen h5 played quickly seems like a pretty good move. Gets the pawn back, and the rook was hanging due to the pin on the e-file. So, yeah, Magnus collecting material and still putting pressure. Ooh, he's thinking. There might be a tactic here. with the rook on the e-file, it feels like there could be something. Not easy to know right away. But okay, Magnus has definitely collected enough stuff here. Just has to be worried about like some sort of cool sacrifice, and then the queen comes in and the queen gets mate here. There could be some cool stuff. Like rook h7. Also knight f5. Yeah, you would love. He can probably take, right? Rook h7? Can you play rook h7 here? Okay, so Magnus does get that one. They have played before, Magnus and Anish, and I think they were both here. Anish has, I guess, left for the night. They were both playing, so I was actually kind of getting excited about it tonight as well. Emikars, back in the house. Good to have you back. And how is this one going to play out now? Big think. So yeah, maybe he didn't find anything terrific. So here, giving a pawn taken because of stuff on the e-file, I guess. Seemed interesting. And they're giving a b pawn. A lot of moves I can't explain. Giving an a pawn, but that at least makes some sense. Because yeah, a pawn will fall eventually. Magnus up 2 pawns. He's going to be losing at least 1 or 2 of them. So, oh, there's his way of saving his a pawn. Nice little trick there. Aristelli, thank you very much for the follow. Anish will be streaming tomorrow. That's a confirmed thing. That's really cool. Is he playing in the titled arena, or what is he playing in? Is he playing in the Nations Cup, which I haven't really been following? Oh no, I didn't hear Sonia. Also, welcome back. That's really cool. That's really cool. The tango. Tango is a fun one. Oh, that's awesome. So yeah, maybe we'll have to see. So I plan tomorrow. I'm hoping to get on, play viewers for an hour or 2, and then watch some of that titled arena. So hopefully Magnus comes by. If Anish comes by and he's streaming, I won't be following his games, I guess, because if he's doing it, you should go watch him. Yeah, eventually the knight had to move away, giving that h-pawn. So bad news for Magnus. The time also bad news for Magnus. So it looks like he is going down, unless he can just magically pre-move well enough. And maybe he did, but time expired. I've played the Trompowsky. I don't actually know any theory. Like I play everything, so I have played it, and I've even played it in rated games, but not against anybody that I think would be good. Just against somebody if I just want to get out a book. But it seems interesting, and Magnus actually plays the Trompowsky quite a bit. So at least in like Blitz and Bullet and whatever, where he also plays everything. It seems interesting, and there was a candidate master. Hey, Prakash, Grizzly Bear is Parham Maghsoodloo from Iran. There's a candidate master here in St. Louis that played the Trompowsky very, very, very successfully. So, very reasonable opening. And yeah, he swore by it because it's like, yeah, you get your opponent out of book, nobody knows anything, and had a lot of like super easy looking wins. Wondering about these pawns. Can black just start ramming them? He's taking some preventative measures. This knight hopping around. Tricky knights are just hopping around in your face. Alright, here come the pawns. He obviously needs to open some files. Yeah, this one is set up to be very, very interesting, very sharp. White with a super strong center. If white braces for this attack and survives, should have a very good position. And yeah, Not obvious how Magnus is going to do it, but he's good at surprising us. A lot of stuff coming off the board. Trades here should probably favor white. The pawn structure is in white's favor. Alright, so here giving that pawn. Yeah, looks like more trades are going to be forced. And black really can't trade too much here. Or he's just going to... Oh, well, you can win queens, though. You can win queens. And that one goes for Magnus. Yeah, give it a go. Let me know. Try the Trompovsky. Let me know if it works for you. Because it's one that I've always thought about, but never really implemented. Because after d4, following it up with c4 is just so good that I've committed so much time to it that I don't see a reason to change. But let me know if it works for you. Alright, so this looks really good for black. Not only up a pawn, but the pieces also seem to be very well placed. Okay. Wow, going for a mate. Going for mate on h7. What is going on? Exchange is hanging, bishop's hanging. And somehow, Magnus has turned this into a very good position, potentially. Queen getting in there. Oh, he is taking on f7. I was going to say, it looks like you can't take on f7. He found a way. That's the way to do it. You take with the knight, not the bishop. Boom. Got him. Raulito. Hello, hello. He won the World Junior Championship. Parham did. Very recently, 2018. Easy. Easy. He makes it look easy. It's not as easy as it looks. Okay. Good to have you, Emikars. We'll see you. Good luck in your class. Yeah, the level of accuracy is incredible. I assume it's much higher than a lot of us in our much slower games. Have I ever been adopted? I don't think so. Nothing comes to mind. Once had a match with the Llama Lord. It came close. I got half a point out of 10. But did avoid adoption there somehow. Also good to have you, Samai and Oni. Yeah, so probably with Firouzja gone. Firouzja does not play for Iran anymore. This probably is the best player from Iran. Aristelli, thank you for the follow. I think I missed that one. And D Fox Frank, thank you as well for the follow. I appreciate it. All right, so it's very closed. White has the C file though, at least, but black is finding ways of sneaking in, simultaneously attacking this pawn and threatening to come in here. But yeah, knight doing a good job covering some important squares, and it is white that is trying to crash through here. This one is definitely going to come down to time. Queen is very pesky. It's hard. You can keep making threats. You can keep attacking pawns, making lots of threats. But now it's black's turn to try to sneak in, attacking this, threatening to come in here. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Danger, danger. Nice try, nice little trick. Maybe Magnus would pre-move, but nope, didn't catch him sleeping. Do you think you look more like someone named Jim or someone... Do I think I look more like a Jim or a Colin? Finally, someone's asking the good questions. Now, I haven't put any thought into this, but I guess Jim. Who knows? All right. See you for a little bit, Sonia. Spanky one. How's it going? Definitely Jim. Definitely Jim. My name starts with a J, so probably another J-sounding name. I don't know. But, yeah, thanks for asking the good questions. No Colin in there whatsoever. Not that there's anything wrong with being a Colin. J. Merrick. I believe we may have a Colin among us. That's another queen. That is another queen. All right. Let's just play a Queen's Gambit declined. Okay, let's be solid for once. And this seems to be the system Magnus is playing these days. I think this is actually like his real opening prep here. This looks like him if he was playing a real classic game. He might play this line. So, and he finds a way. Usually it's white playing for this minority attack over here. Black actually often does aggressive stuff over by the king side. I do like the way that Magnus plays the Queen's Gambit declined. He somehow gets an attack. Somehow it always works. Yeah, there's been at least 2 Botez Gambits in like the last 20 minutes here. All right, some quick moves. I'm not 100% sure what Black has accomplished with these quick moves, but we will see. So changing the pawn structure quite a bit. Just taking lots of opportunities to change things up. Feels pretty dangerous for Magnus. I wouldn't be that comfortable being Black here. But we'll see what he comes up with. Trying to trade the rooks, which also gives the C pawn and the D pawn. This is sort of getting away here. Yeah, the white queen just needs to find a way in without blundering too much counterplay. Magnus really good at getting counterplay when these positions get tough, but the queen's coming in. Is there a mate? There's got to be a mate. The queen defends this square, so yeah, the queen can come back. But yeah, there it is. The Grizzly found it, ending a 4-game streak. And Magnus goes back to b3 with an early g4, followed by bishop to d3. So some crazy stuff, allowing this trade here if Black wants it. Black doesn't. And king on f1. So this is just an insane position where, I don't know, Magnus is just going to try to outplay this guy from some weird position. All right. And yeah, so white needs to kind of keep it locked up here. We play d4. d4 makes the pawn structure really, really weird. But yeah, seems possible. Do I have any tips on how to study tactics in a systematic way? It does make sense, especially to spend some time. I don't know how much time you've spent with tactics or where you're at, but to actually study them by study forks as one thing, study remove the defender, study things. There are a lot of good websites. Lichess is one of them. It's going to be more basic if you do their practice and stuff. If you're more advanced, there's a really good book. It's got a lightning bolt on it that I really liked. But if you find a book that has like themes, usually that's a pretty good way to study them. There's also a book what's it called? Has antenna in the title. Train your tactical antenna. It's a really good book. It has a whole chapter and be like, all right, this is alignment. When pieces are aligned, there's this. There's also a chapter just on like knight forks. Like, yeah, when knights are lined up like this, there's going to be knight forks. That was a really good book, and that's probably for all of the levels. Like tune your tactical antenna, something like that. That, and then yeah, obviously there's plenty of websites. So once you've really identified all the themes, I like Lichess a lot. Chess Tempo is probably the most serious tactics site out there. But yeah, hopefully that helps a little bit. Yeah, the antenna book is great. And it feels like it's really good for quite a lot of levels. Magnus winning on time with the king on g4 there. Looked pretty dangerous for him, but he did win the game. All right, so we're seeing one of these. I've actually seen Magnus play the white side of this, so it's interesting to see this now from the black side of this opening. He does really well as white. Could be because his name is Magnus Carlsen. But it also would have suggested to me that he wouldn't want to go for this as black if he does so well with white. But I guess not. He's happy to play this as both sides. All right, threatening the rook. It's a little bit sneaky. 2 pieces attacked. Double attack. Uh-oh. Yeah, so the bishop has to block. And trades, blocks. 2 pieces still hanging for Magnus. Okay, he finds a way out. Very, very resourceful, this guy. Black hung the 3. Black hung a queen. Yeah, they hung one every time. Do I like the crazy Nackmanson Gambit? Nackmanson-like lines in the Queen's Gambit. I mean, they're very interesting. Feels like objectively the point of the Queen's Gambit is to play super solid, but there's more ways than people realize of making the Queen's Gambit a very interesting opening. If Black plays for like an aggressive attack, or if White castles queenside, there's a lot of ways to make it an interesting opening. It doesn't have to be just boring, like a lot of people think of it. The Queen's Gambit specifically. So when I play d4, I'm trying to play really, really solid and objectively good chess, if that makes sense. There's a lot of stuff where White plays g4 early, or White castles queenside. If you're playing with the white pieces and you're looking for something, try playing g4 early, try castling queenside. Those are the ways to make it kind of interesting. Prakash, committed d4 player. Yeah, I'm switching over to e4 for the viewers, trying to have some fun. It's making my rating go down. My way of playing is more compatible with d4. Okay, should be a checkmate. Found the nicest checkmate there, too. Found a pretty nice checkmate. So 2 in a row for Magnus. d4 and c4. Here we go. And we get this one. Interesting. Yeah, normally Black is playing like c5, taking, putting the check in on b4. So this is a little bit different way of Black playing. And boom! Greek gift. Greek gift. There is one of the basic tactic patterns everybody needs to know. Is this somehow complicated? Probably not. You got to walk into this diagonal with the bishop. It probably means bad things. So he threatens a mate here. But wait, he blundered. Magnus messed it up. Magnus messed this up. He was like easily winning. But now he's just lost. Magnus was like super winning. I'm gonna have to analyze this game. This was like super easy win, right? Yeah, knight f7 looked good. I didn't know if there was more discoveries. Panda in the house. Yeah, it became sort of a Grunfeld, the opening. The opening was played a little bit weird, and it looks like Black messed up the opening. But yeah, Magnus goofed it up. He got a little bit too fancy. That being said, it's not over yet. Rook is dropping off. Oh, is Magnus making a big comeback? Yeah, Magnus is going to win. Wow. All right, we'll see you, Coach John. Thanks for coming by. It was really good to meet you here. All right, I love this one, the Vienna. With a6. So yeah, the most popular move was not a6, but bishop to b4. So we'll see what this is about. He is saying, I'm going to make it as hard as I can for you to take that c-pawn. If you take, we'll get to do some trades. So trades the queens, trades some stuff. And symmetrical position. Both sides with 2 bishops and a knight. All right, finally an imbalance after all this time. He thought he had queen h7. Yeah, he didn't understand bishop takes g5. He didn't see that right. So, Jay Dahlman also in the house. How is it going? Gravy rice. Did you put gravy on rice? Never considered it. But good to have you with us. But then, yeah, then the epic comeback. All right. So here, Black just has a slightly worse pawn structure, but the rook is more active. So that being said, White gets a rook active. Gravy on rice is good. I'd never even considered it. I didn't know that was a thing. Gravy goes on turkey, and sometimes potatoes. And sometimes rice? Alright, h-pawn falling. So yeah, if you took the h-pawn, the rook was going to get trapped. That was kind of nice. That was a neat little... you took here, king g7 was going to trap the rook. Alright, So now he needs to keep this Vancouver position. The black king might start running all the way up to the protection of this pawn. So yeah, the right approach is to run the king to that pawn. Tried to be sneaky, tried to sneak in a little something there. You can't pull that past Magnus. Can't pull it past Magnus. Quosku, how's it going? All right. I wasn't watching, but this has all the signs of being an exchange French. Where white plays c4, making it a little bit more interesting. And yeah, this can be quite a dangerous system for white. So I know personally this can be dangerous. Yeah, black saying I don't want anything to do with this d pawn. Let's get that off the board. Pawn structure now symmetrical again. Knights go hippity hop. Just takes the bishop. Okay. So 2 bishops versus 2 knights. The classic battle. The ones that move the longest versus the ones that fork the most. A battle for the ages. Which is better, bishops or knights? c4 is it's aggressive. It's pretty good for white. I feel like it's a really good try for white to. You know, it's the exchange French. People might say, hey, you can't get any advantage in the exchange French. Playing c4 is very dangerous, accepting the isolated pawn. It can be. Oh, that's a queen. The queen. But you get 2 rooks. No, he's going to trade a rook. Okay, so yeah, he wins. So that's 5. 5 in a row. But yeah, I think the exchange French with an early c4 is a good try by white for an advantage against the French. It's one of many possible lines. Fiancé 44. Does chess theory really matter, or do the best chess players just have more brain power? For sure, at a certain level, it matters like a ton. Especially in the longer games. Like here, I think they're playing stuff where they're playing like just literally everything, just as much as they know. Threatening a nasty fork here. But for sure, like one of the main things that these top guys are doing is they're running their engines constantly. They're constantly studying. They're trying to find new ways to get an advantage in all sorts of openings. So for the top guys, that is like almost priority number 1. They're studying openings like constantly because they've not that they've you ever 100% master strategy and tactics and that stuff, but they do have to work on that as well. But openings is where they kind of make their living. For normal people, yeah, you just need to know the ideas behind some of the openings. Magnus there winning more material and winning 6 games in a row. For players under who knows under 2,000 on Lee Chess, you probably want to. You don't have to memorize lots of openings, but it's good to at least know the ideas. Like here, an idea for white is, put a knight here, go here, put your rooks here, play for this majority attack. If you don't do it in the right order, it might matter objectively, but like as long as you kind of know the ideas, where to put your pawns, where to find all the pawn breaks, you'll do fine at club level and below. All right, so a lot of complications, but could be bias. But I love this position for white. It does seem like a position, at least a structure that I'm very familiar with as white. And I always get nervous with the way he plays it, but he kind of got it figured out. And yeah, it looks like black is actually under a lot of fire here. Yeah, so for these guys, like the way they lose games is really bullet as an exception, but in classical games, it's not that they just blunder a piece or something. They make some small inaccuracy, then their opponent has a chance, and then they still might not even win, but they're under pressure for a while. And like just 1 or 2 inaccuracies, and the game ends at when these guys have a lot of time. Okay, so these 2 pawns are a lot closer to queening than these 2 pawns. So Magnus not interested in trading because these guys are so far. Not easy to kick the rook away, though. The king will try to protect the pawns. And the king actually moves over to the queen side, where it's going to take a b pawn. Nope. Just kidding. I'm going for that a pawn. Very tricky. I guess he's taking all the pawns. Nope. Doesn't want that pawn. He wants to threaten checkmate. Nice. Not taking the pawn. Oh, that was beautiful. You don't take the pawn there because you can threaten checkmate. Forsaken again. Yeah, Mubot. Mubot's a hater. I don't know why Mubot hates the French so much. But on a serious note, it's kind of the story of my life as a French defense player. I've sort of intentionally created an echo chamber of what it is like to be a French player. This is what you're surrounded with. This is what you hear on a daily basis. All of these kinds of quotes that Mubot is throwing at you. All right. So Magnus won a pawn. Is there any counterplay for it? La Panterita. Thank you very much for the follow. I don't know how to beat Magnus, but I know for a fact you should never play the Ruy Lopez. World's leading authority on this opening. He knows it too well. Too well. Don't play the Ruy Lopez. Either side against Magnus. Oh no! Coroniti. I'm sorry you don't like my chicken sound. I hope it's just you, because I'm not changing it. I do like it a lot. I have chickens in my backyard, and I love all my chickens, and I love my little sound. Doomsday, big player of the Ruy Lopez. All right. Did some recording of your husband's guitar jam. Not a farmer. Chickens are definitely fine. It's my wife that loves having chickens. So that was weird. So I don't actually take care of them. I said, if you want chickens, I'm not taking care of them. And she said, fine. And we have chickens. I do eat the eggs, though. I benefit. And I don't do any of the work, to be honest. Knight forks. Time scrambles. And draw. Huh. Okay. So that ends the streak. Magnus had 7 in a row. The attempt at adoption is stuck there at 7. Oh, Lolly, you got chickens too. They're pretty easy to maintain. Alright. So look at this. I want to focus here because this is a big attack. Just be careful. There's a queen and bishop lined up here. Just be careful. He takes care of that issue right away. Okay. And yeah, he just finds a way to win a pawn because there's this discovery. You cannot take the rook. Oh, I said you can't do that. That being said, he did it. So white's up material. Black's actually relatively solid, all things considered. And takes the bishop to keep this f-pawn alive. I don't know. So white is going to get some pawns. A sneaky way of defending this f-pawn. Yeah. Sonia, thanks for gifting a sub to Lolly. Thank you very much. I imagine Sonia had a conversation with her husband, and it was the dude saying, hey, come record my guitar thing. And she's like, but come on, I'm watching Magnus Carlsen over here. And he's like, no. I got this awesome jam. You gotta come hear it. She's like, all right. And she went over, and she recorded it. And now she's back, gifting subs. Thank you very much. All Brown, how's it going? All right, so here's an interesting line. We got a Maroxy bind. Hey, Jack. Magnus ran away with it. I don't remember the final score. I wasn't able to cover that one. I was watching along, though, from home. They played for about 3 hours. It was a very epic struggle, and Magnus came away with like 70, 80 rating points. So, yeah. Isn't there a pawn hanging, I was going to say? Is his rook trapped? No? Okay, good to know. Every single game, it's one person up a pawn, and then the other person with some sort of compensation. These games get... Oh, and then every now and then, somebody blunders a rook, so that one goes for the Grizzly Bear. Hey, Tricky, how's it going? Yeah, it was something crazy, yeah. 60 to 20. They played, I think they played quite a bit more than that, but it feels like the right percentage there. I feel like usually Penguin wins about a third of the games against Magnus, but today Magnus won a much bigger percentage, I think. All right, so again, we're seeing this opening where white gets this big attack, and black just says, there's nothing here, I will defend this. Seems scary. I don't know why you would want to play this against Magnus. Oh, yeah. Threatened mate, picked up a pawn along the way, and... yeah, this is always hard to play. It's hard to defend in bullet. Okay, 69, 4, and 21. Yeah. So yeah, it's not always that brutal, but yeah, Magnus did quite well against him today. Okay, Luft. Sensible. I'm looking at just knight f5. I don't know. Patzer sees knights hopping near kings. Alright, and is there... he just grabs... yeah, there's this pin here. This pin. Pins everywhere. Impicarsier, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, usually when you're getting attacked, you usually have to spend a lot more time. What's that? Oh. Huh. Yeah, it's clever. I mean, it's losing, but it was clever. When you're getting attacked, you have to spend a lot of time trying to find all of your opponent's threats. So. Wait, what? Did it end with an adoption? I do not believe there was an adoption in the Penguin match. What's this G4 all about? So getting the bishop out and locking this down, if you can get away with this, really good things should happen. So white at least tries to force some concession here. Maybe this is a weak pawn in the long run. Assuming this holds up well, structure should be fine for black. But yeah, we'll see. This could be a target in the late stages of the game. Hey, Ender. Grizzly Bear is Parham Maghsoodloo from 2680 rated player from Iran. Very strong player. Nice tactic there. And my rating tricky is 1900, both USCF and FIDE. I don't really actively compete. I haven't competed in like a couple years, but that's where I'm stuck. That's probably where I will die. How old is... I feel like I always confuse this guy with somebody else. Is he a youngster? I guess I don't know the answer to that. Okay. So white had a hard time finding a move. Yeah, white just... yeah. Struggling to find a move there. It was a bad position. Okay, d4. I don't know. I could look it up, but usually somebody in chat always beats me to it anyway. So this same kind of opening where white gets this attack. I don't know why he keeps going for it. Be scared. I'm too scared. But yeah. So he's always taking on f3 with the bishop. We'll see if that trend continues. Okay. Magnus busting down the door. What's going on here? So Magnus sacrificed. King reasonably safe on e8. But that e-pawn. Such a crazy dynamic weight to like protect this and reattack this. Dang. Magnus is like one good move away from crushing. These guys are very resourceful though. So Grizzly Bear, if he just holds on, he is up a lot of material. Oh, and then it's just mate. Nope. So, yeah. Iron Queen, how's it going? How is it going? Iron Queen knows that he can just come say hi, but continues to stick to the say my username, please. How many people don't say your username? I assume you go into other chat rooms. How many people are like, no? It's the first time I thought like you're trying to do some trick or something. It's a weird request. Usually just hi gets it done. Okay, so these doubled pawns. What? Okay, and the B pawn's falling, but there's a bishop. Lots of bishops hanging. Sponge like cannon. Sam Gamer, hi. All you gotta do is say hi. So look at the time difference here. Like it's not that much is happening. It's complicated like all the positions they play. But how can you be down like 15 seconds or more? It's just too much. So A pawn starting to move. Mr. Ivies, hi, hello. Yeah, a lot of people lurking. Nothing wrong with it. I just appreciate everybody for watching. I'm also a pretty big lurker on Twitch. Almost always on. Usually lurking in the shadows. Does this work? Oh, I guess it does because of h5. Yeah. But, yeah, so this should be a win. Because you can always check, force the king in front of the pawn. And then move the king in closer. Yeah, that's not a stalemate, so. Pawn's in the middle. That's always a win for the queen. Ooh, Krishna missed me. How did she do? Hopefully she crushed everybody. Big fans of the Grand Prix. Pay attention. A lot of Grand Prix fans out there these days. So here we go. Magnus playing the Grand Prix. So giving this pawn. Is he a crazy guy? He might even sometimes be crazy enough to sack a rook, go for ultimate glory. So yeah, there can be a lot of fun. He's probably also thinking of smashing that bishop. This looks like a Grand Prix gone right. White up a bunch of stuff. And keeping the rook on. Keeping the rook on. This bishop will join the game shortly. Pressure on f6. Looks pretty good. I think when you're the world champion, you can do literally whatever you want. Deltmar, good to see you. I'm doing very well. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're staying safe. A little bored. Want to get back to real life. Okay, trying to remove the defender of f6. Trying to distract the queen. Are you able to annotate the screen a bit as I commentate? Like, you need more arrows? I can try. I guess I don't know if people like arrows or not, but I guess that's what you're asking for. It's the Portuguese. He's played it before. It's the Portuguese. He's done it before. You gotta be ready for that. And that might do it. Grizzly Bear offline. That was... Nope, he's back. That was... Magnus has played this opening on multiple occasions, so it's not just a dirty queen trap. The idea is like you're trying to force him to play f3 here, which is what they usually do. But if you play c4, the best move is to take the queen. It goes too fast for arrows. Med student. Yeah, by the time I draw like a whole bunch of arrows, it's going to be like, yeah, okay, and then they're on some other position where that doesn't really apply. But yeah, I can try to incorporate more arrows, see if people like it. So after this battle, that made it 28-13 today. So lifetime, you can see he has a very good record. I assume he actually lost quite a bit of rating points against Grizzly. Heading back over to Magnus's profile and refreshing. So yeah, they took a little intermission and then they came back, and it was at 69. It's still at 69. So yeah, I can stay on for just a little bit longer. I think we will probably do what we did last time. Stay on Magnus' watch here. He is back already. These guys are already back. And yeah. Wait, so Magnus gets black again. Hey, what a trickster. What a trickster. So Magnus gets 2 blacks in the row. The last one went really well. Tried to repeat the same opening, but they get something totally different. So I guess if you decline and then you start like a new match, it won't necessarily give you your due color. But yeah. There are some strong GMs out there. Much better at drawing arrows than me. Almost midnight in Norway, so yeah, probably only 4 or 5 more hours to go. He started around noon St. Louis time. It is now 4:50 here. So Magnus has been playing for almost 5 hours straight at this point. He took a little break. He actually took like a mini break for 20 minutes or something. But he's been playing about 5 hours of chess so far. Takes. CVK wants some sort of ugly board. Fluids out. Alright, see you, Fluids. Yeah, Magnus won his own tournament. And now what is this? What? They're both doing it. This is like an Ultra Bullet opening. But they are both doing it. This isn't good, but if you want some random position, this is a good way to get one. It's funny that they both played the same opening. I do kind of associate this with 15-second chess, so it's funny they actually have a little bit of time to figure some stuff out here. And I actually like the way Black is handling it a little bit better than the way Magnus is handling it. He's gained a lot of space. And yeah, seems very solid for Black. Very little risk. And yeah, just won the space race. That being said, when you play Magnus, things tend to change. Ooh. Okay, hard to know what is going on. So Black's going to have these 2 strong pawns, but these guys are in a little bit of trouble. So actually not taking the queens. He's going to make Magnus decide when to trade. Defending this, but this guy. The king is there. But now this guy. There's too many distractions. No, he gets there. He's going to have to sack a bishop, but... Okay, but he has passers on both sides. This guy is kind of doomed. Is the bishop going to be able to get over there? Yeah. It's never easy against Magnus. Looks like he's just going to be winning that c-pawn. He's got 2 of them. Now Magnus is going to win. Magnus winning on the board. 5 seconds is plenty. 5 seconds is definitely plenty of time. So, checkmate. Do I think in the future FIDE will have rated online games? I don't know. It doesn't seem like FIDE's style. It seems it's weird to have it mixed up. I know like USCF is already doing it. To me, it seems weird that you can play online games. But if you do, it should be like a separate rating. I think the way that like the in US chess, like it's a separate rating, which I think makes sense because I feel like it is such a different experience too. Because it's like there's something different about seeing the person across from you. There's like a psychological element. You can actually like you can kind of tell how they feel about the position. You can kind of like hint and bluff a little bit different, and you know like you can't mouse slip. When you play online chess, there's going to be like different weird things that are going to happen. There's going to be mouse slips. There's going to be other stuff. Seems fine. If it were me though, I would try to keep it as like a separate rating, but I don't know. It also doesn't sound like a FIDE thing. It sounds like a US chess thing. It doesn't sound like a FIDE thing to me. So I'm going to say no. Don't think it'll ever happen. But as the world gets more and more digital, you never know. Okay, so these two guys look strong. This guy also looks strong. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's a good move. That's a good move. Magnus busted. Doesn't help. You just take. Okay, so not taking because that loses. How can Magnus come up with anything here? Probably not going to happen. Kink is in the house. Good to have you. Mate. FIDE does have online. Oh, they have the online arena, don't they? Yeah, Defox knows. I guess they do, and it is a separate thing. It's like a totally separate thing. Okay, so let's get a new opening here. Where, yeah, Magnus just exploited that pin and then actually decided to take the bishop, which is interesting because now these pawns are a little wrecked. Knight is a little misplaced. He needs to make sure he always has a nice square for this guy. This thing is hanging. Stuff's going on here. But yeah, looks like an opening success for Magnus. Just keeping the pawn structure intact. Bringing the knights over. 3 pawns is quite a bit. 3 pawns is a lot of pawns. And I'm not seeing any compensation. I think it's only going to get worse for black. H-pawn hanging. It's a complicated way of doing it. Rook hanging. Yeah, that was Magnus all the way. If he was trying to play the French defense, he accidentally played d6, but we'll forgive him. And he's going for one of these structures. We see him playing these kinds of structures quite a bit, and he makes it look easy. You just put the knight on c5, you cement it with a5, and this thing never ends up being weak. That being said, hopefully I'm not jinxing him. So yeah, you attack the b pawn, undefending the d pawn. So these are often very, very complicated positions to handle in real life, but Magnus does seem to handle them pretty well. Wow, knight d5. It was knight d5. Oh, and yeah, so there's the rooks are opposed. He had a way of trading, and he can easily defend. He also has the queen to defend if he needs it. Yeah, just slowly munching everything up. It's not mate. Okay, he wins the bishop, so that should clarify everything. Those knights, they'll get you. All right, big fans of the London. Here you go. We got a London now. It is brutal. Once Magnus gets the initiative, it can snowball very, very quickly. It can be brutal. Okay. These c4 and his black c5 squares seem to be his choice for knights. Seems to be a good square. I'm going to start putting all my knights there because it always works out for him. That's what... If you only learned one thing today, it's put your knight on c4. Turns out that's a good square for a knight. What is that thing? It's called a mason jar. So my wife bought a whole bunch of these for like a project once. And I said, she wanted to buy them. I said, no way, you're never going to do that project. I can't even remember what it was. She didn't do it. We got a bunch of mason jars. We also have children, so our cups break a lot. And one time when the cups broke, I tried a mason jar. And it turns out it's a good way of holding quite a bit of water. So you don't have to... I drink a lot of water. Like this was when I started a couple hours... Less than an hour ago. I don't know. Hour ago. I don't know. I drink a lot of water, so it's a good vessel for me. Okay, here's a new one. And Magnus is on 3 wins in a row. So, b-pawn was hanging, but did look pretty dangerous. Always dangerous to take a b-pawn. H-file open, so white might delay castling for as long as possible, just keeping pressure on the h-file. It was looking like a pretty good opening for white. We'll see if this pawn becomes an issue. It looks like Magnus is just going to take on c5. No real way to defend it. So Magnus wins a pawn. White's castled, so now black can pretty safely castle. And white still has ideas of attacks. Potentially all these guys can start storming the castle. Magnus says h6, that'll stop you. White says no, g5 anyway. And yeah, interesting. So he takes with the f pawn. And yeah, white doing a good job given the fact that he is down quite a bit of material. He's making it at least a little bit of a struggle, but Magnus is holding on very resiliently, and it looks like Magnus should be able to win this one. Especially on the internet, especially with these blitz matches, it does slowly inflate the ratings. When the top guys just play each other over and over again, it does seem to pretty slowly increase the overall ratings over time. But I don't know what the solution is, and I don't even think it's a problem. So another queen taken, 4 wins in a row for Magnus. A French! All right. And Grizzly Bear sticking with the winnower. Not my favorite way to play as black, but pretty popular way indeed. The online ratings, you can get +0 for winning. So usually you're getting some teeny tiny fraction. If it rounds closer to 0, they're going to say 0. But yeah, obviously if I play somebody 1,000 points lower rated than me, it's going to say I got 0 points when maybe I got 100th of a point or something so silly that it's basically 0. But I think you always get something. Sometimes you just can't see it. So yeah. So we need 6 more here, I think, right? We got 4 in a row. Some people getting excited for the potential of an adoption. Magnus has been doing pretty well. A couple good streaks here. A couple good streaks. The rating just never seems to go up, which is just so sad. It's got to be so hard being 3250. The rating does not go up. Some people do better against, like, I know myself, and like if I'm playing somebody 100 to 200 points higher rated, that's kind of where my rating is going to go up the most. So I like to play people a little bit higher rated. Some people do a lot better against people like 1 to 200 points lower rated, because they win a lot against low rated players. So it does. Everybody's a little bit different, and yeah. Hey Barack, how's it going? What does adoption mean in this case? Adoption means you win 10 games in a row. So it's a popular online chess term. So here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need to use most of my fingers to count. So yeah, people will get their baby strollers out if there's if there's 10 games in a row here. Zaharia, which part of Iran? From which part am I? I don't know who you're talking to. I'm obviously from St. Louis. And yeah, I want to make sure I am also spending some focus on these games here as adoption gets a little bit closer. So that E-pawn looks pretty nasty. Not so easy to take. With the king on E8, not easy to take that pawn. The problem, I'm locked. I'm capped out. I'm capped out. I'm pretty sure affiliates can only get 5 tier 1 subs. It's very upsetting. I've seen some people get high ratings just by, you play some like FIDE Master or something and you lose a game and it's like, all right, you're like 1800 when the person might really be like 800. So yeah, it can happen. Here he gives the queen. He's actually winning a bit more than I thought. But Magnus looks like he's in a lot of trouble. The queen is coming into h7 or just taking the stuff back. Okay, king up. All right. Yeah, gotta be really careful. A lot of stuff hanging. This is falling apart. Yeah. Magnus calls it there. And no adoption at the moment. SSA. Maggie is back. He can't get enough bullet. All right. Yeah, so White had a real choice there of to take the knight or drop back. Dropping back is usually a little bit more exciting. Okay, Cranier. This is not a tournament, these two guys. It's just two guys battling it out. Probably one of them challenged the other, and they agreed to play. So these guys have played in the past. Rook f6. And this is we're watching Bobby Fischer versus Pal Banco from some U.S. championship. Rook f6. Does it work here? Queen coming in. Whoops, queen coming in. Watch out. Yeah, good to have you, Dr. Laureate. He used to have a Drunkenstein account, so this is his like Dr. Soberstein account in Norwegian. Yeah, Rook f6 looked brutal, but did it really work? Just didn't. Just wasn't. Only Bobby Fischer can do it, I guess. But here you can defend your pawn. I don't know if he's got enough. He's going for it. So defending the pawn, which is very important. Magnus actually had a bit of a think. I'm wondering what he's worried about. He's worried about letting this bishop in? Guess so. No, can you put your king anywhere, get this rook in? Okay. Time not easy to defend, but if Magnus can hold on for 4 seconds, he can start again. Okay. Got weird at the end, but Magnus gets the win. Who's the bear? This is the Iranian Grandmaster Parham Maghsoodloo. We saw this opening again. This time it did not win a queen. The old Portuguese here. 2680 rated Iranian player. So obviously very strong. Okay, provoking g3. And yeah, kind of the whole point of this opening is to be as annoying as possible, as early as possible, before White has a chance to get developed in castle. So Magnus seems to have put a lot of pressure, but White did get castled, and we will see what see what people want and what's happening on the board. Uh-oh, big threats. That knight, big threats. Yeah, Dr. Nigerstein is Magnus Carlsen, the current world champion of chess. The best player playing some bullet on the internet. Seems like every night is just a new treat. We get this best guy. This thing was hanging a bit. Okay. Took my eyes off it, so I have no idea what's going on here. And I'm not going to have time to figure out what's going on in this game. Impacasir. Good to have you. Who's Vampire Chicken? Ugh. Next world champ? Doubtful. You gotta play the classic games. You gotta actually sit down on the board and play if you want to be the world champ. So probably not gonna be me. A B3 Sicilian. Maybe this is it. I am looking for what I need to do. A new way of playing the Sicilian. In B3, if they play knight f6, I'm just gonna chop that off with my bishop. That's what I'm gonna start doing, guys. B3, they play knight f6, chomp it off. And here is how you continue. That's no big deal. You just let that happen, and the king, let me tell you where he goes. King just goes to f1, goes over here. I don't know. I don't think I like this for white. I don't think I like this at all. This knight has to move. You're going to go here? Oh, boy. I don't think I'm going to start doing this. I don't think this is the way. If you move this knight, this pawn falls. I don't think that's the way. Not going to do it. I'm not going to pick up that one. Tried it for a while. No bueno. Didn't work for Magnus. I'm going to pass. I thought I was going to learn something there. Yeah, it was a B3 Sicilian where H-file got opened up real quick and way too much pressure for white. Okay, so here's another... Interesting. So yeah, playing on the flanks. You want to play in the center. White was dreaming of these forks. Leaving this pawn. So yeah, if white just takes back this pawn, then the other d pawn also becomes a weakness. Delayed Alapin is the way. Sounds too professional. I'm looking for something swashbuckling. Vlad, how's it going? Back at it. New day, new Magnus commentary. I love it too. I'm glad you're here with us. So, it's been good. What is going on here? He must have disconnected. This is a bad sign. This happened before. He must have some choppy internet. This has happened before and he's come back. So, how old are you? I think I'm 32. Wait, he came back and black resigned. So he did come back, so there's some internet issue. Grizzly there was going to let the time run out. Rematch offer was sent. You guys can't see it, but it says rematch offer sent. And they're back at it. Okay, so something weird with the internet. You hate to see it. Cost them some points there. The position was just starting. Maybe Magnus was a little worse, but that doesn't mean that he would have lost that game over the board. So back at it. New opening. A double fianchetto here. Chambo, how's it going? Meglam is back. He's still going. He was playing, he played like 3 hours. So about a little more than 5 hours ago, Magnus played a 3-hour match with Penguin, which I wasn't able to stream, but I did follow along, just on the board. But I was doing stuff with the kids. Now I'm on. And Chess Masterers here, so good to have you. Okay, the c-pawn could be a potential weakness. White has really no weaknesses at all. So, white should be a little bit better here, but it shouldn't be the end of the world for black. Okay, attacking the rook. And yeah, these bishops aim at the queen side pretty nicely. The rook snuck in, so black seems to be handling this very well. And that queen sneaking in. Queen sneaking in, rook hanging. Alright. So black missed something there. Just trading the queens, forcing the queens off. Seems like an easy way to do this. The queen. And if you take, I take the rook. Holy cow. That's nice. If you take, I take your rook. That's clever. And yeah. He allows it. What's his way of stopping it? He's not. but he did pick up more stuff. He just kind of simplified. Pretty crazy. I don't know. Sometimes it feels like you want there to be a simpler solution. He usually comes up with something kind of crazy, but it worked out. Magnus should be doing fine. There was a little trick there too. If they took this pawn, there was going to be a loss of the queen. Time scramble looming. Okay, getting forked, but who cares? Gotta go fast. Don't worry about things. Just all right, that worked. Oh, he's doing so well, and actually, that pawn move was actually pretty nice because then there was only one move for the opponent, and he was trying to probably pre-move something else. So good job winning a time scramble, battling back from that unfortunate disconnect. So you prefer Benoni's over Sicilians. I'd rather play a Sicilian if I'm 100% honest with myself. As a French player, I love this structure for black. Don't talk to me about this guy. I love this guy. He's my favorite. Thank you to Gray Ant. Oh, what? Wait, what? Was he checked at some point? I took my eye off the chat. He must have been checked and he tried to run this way. So this rook, you know, he's trying to get the king in. He's trying to get the rook in. So white would love to have like a queen on the diagonal here to prevent this. But it looks like he is going to get the rook in after all. So seems for now perfectly safe and solid for Magnus. I would have thought he would have brought his queen in to kind of prevent anything nasty white can do over here. But let's see. Black also has some aggressive ideas over here with the pawns. No way. French, super good. Not even Leela. I think a lot of the neural networks, I think they both Leela and Alpha Zero. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Queen's coming in, hard to stop. They like the French in their infancy. They're like, this is the best. And then once they think about it a little bit more, they're like, wait a minute, you can't play the French. All right, so a closed Sicilian. I've been playing a couple of these today. I was battling the viewers. I was playing some closed Sicilians. Magnus handling it differently. Some would say better. So if here, the queen was coming in. All right, just attack the knight. Simple enough. So yeah. White still has a small initiative. D-pawn needs to be protected. Queen trying to sneak in the other way. Magnus has the black king under pressure, so he kind of wisely keeps the queens on the board, threatens a major fork. Now this knight can come into some good squares sometimes. Pieces slowly creeping in. Looks pretty good for Magnus. Yeah, queen should be able to do something. Not 100% clear, but Grizzly Bear defending like a bear here. Real strong defender, this guy. No wonder his rating is so high. Hard to beat him. Okay, so Magnus relenting and trading the rooks. And nobody understands it, but he won that game. So nice by Magnus. Takes with a pawn. Takes with a pawn. So now we have a French exchange pawn structure where both sides have castled on the queen side. And yeah, kind of a surprising move. This is the bishop that black wants to trade. White just keeps it on. Bishop to f1. Very interesting. What do computers play against d4? I assume objectively the best move is d5. Yeah, they obviously can play whatever and crush us all. But if you're looking for like what's the like theoretically at least what is the proper way of playing against d4, it's probably the Queen's Gambit declined. That seems like the absolute most correct way of playing. Shiny Mola. Against e4, you should play e5. Against d4, you should play d5. Blunderbuck, good to have you. Hey, Ruby. Ah, Solo, good to have you as well. A lot of follows right there. That was really cool. Thank you, guys. And yeah, little tactic. Little tactic. Then Magnus pre-moved, which, I don't know, maybe the tactic just didn't quite work. So not taking the pawn, arguing that the king would be way too far away. But now this pawn lives for now. It's very weak because there's a rook here. So yeah, interesting defensive try by white. Yeah, I can see that move coming, so I'm kind of surprised white pre-moved there. But yeah, good job, Magnus. Whirly whack. Good to have you. Is it just too loud, or is it the fact that it's a chicken noise? But good to see ya. Klimpty killer. Milla in the house. 6 more is right. Milla is on adoption watch. Magnus has put together quite a few little streaks here and there. As this match has gone on, Magnus has actually slowly improved the rating. At his level, it actually takes quite a long time to get the rating up, because it's so painful every single loss. But his rating is slowly climbing. And as usual, put a knight on c4. Seems to be a consistently good square for a knight. And white has more space in the center. Black getting that kingside advance. Long term, nice to have this guy, but it is well blockaded. White also did a good job blockading on the king side, so that black couldn't get an outrageous attack. And yeah, trying to create a net. Yeah. Look at that. He could have checked right away, but no, he just tightens it, not letting the king run away. How are you going to stop it? It also attacks a queen, so yeah, if here you just check, and then you're going to at least win a queen, maybe more. He hasn't adopted him today. Alright, at least Milla likes it. At least Milla likes it. It's not going away, so I like it. It's here to stay. I could change the volume, though, if that's the issue. Sangre, welcome back. Good to have you. We're checking out another Magnus battle here. He's been going strong for 5 hours, 20-ish minutes. Switch it to a vampire sound. That should be cool. Yeah, I'm thinking of adding sounds for new stuff. I want, like, if I get subs, like a bunch of chickens run by. Like, I want a bunch of stuff. It's slowly coming. This week, it was get a bunch of new emotes. Next week, it'll be something else. Always trying to improve. A lot of air by the black king. But just take a b-pawn. King wide open, but the b-pawn was hanging. Just go grab it. But yeah, is this an issue? This looks like an issue. Bishop not hanging because there's a pin. Rook attacked. This looks like an issue. I don't know about taking that b-pawn. Next week, win the World Championship. Wasn't planning on it. Could be slightly lower, but it's not a huge deal. I'll look into it in a little bit. What is that? Even if he expected queen takes it, his move still didn't make sense. So, okay, that one was bad. The streak of 5 ends. Adoption, not yet. Nightmare in the house. What is up? Oh, you think yeah, I probably wanted to play queen d6, but yeah. So I guess it was probably just a mouse slip. Unfortunate. He's had some unfortunate setbacks. Mouse slips, disconnects, but still having a good day rating-wise. But this guy's still not necessarily the best opponent. Also, he's got to be tired. Guy has been doing this for quite a while. Avoiding the Lichess tweet when you get adopted by Magnus. Is that a real thing? So Magnus adopted some IM. Did a tweet go out? He came on, like, yesterday he didn't really play too much. He was here in the morning. He just adopted some IM and then called it a day. He's like, yeah, that was my goal for the day. So I wonder. It's a rook. I wonder if that's his goal. I wonder if what he's really trying to do is just create an adoption list. Is that what Magnus is playing for? Could be. So Grizzly Bear seems to have two approaches against the knight f6 Scandi. This being one of them. Some people got upset about it. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's a thing that happened. I mean, what can you do? But I assume, like, I doubt Leech just pays him, but I think they are very happy that he's on the site. Why would you not be? It brings so many people. You guys can't see it, but there's over 1,000 spectators just on this board. So, you know, there's like 170 of us, at least on this channel, watching on Twitch, and there's over 1,000 people, and there always is. There's always going to be like thousands of people come to the site just to watch Magnus. Alright, kids up to something. Yeah, that would... Mate threatened. Oh, and a rook threatened. Mate threatened and a rook threatened. So yeah, good one for Magnus. That's two more. Two more in a row. Playing a good opening. So he might win this one as well. You never know. G4. So yeah, people said, how do you make this exciting? How do you make the Queen's Gambit declined exciting? You play an early G4. This is one of the ways to get a really, really crazy position pretty early on. So, and yeah, when Magnus wins, if he wins like a titled arena, he always gives the money back. So I don't think he's here for the money. I think he's here because he likes the site truly. Are children coming in?
No.
Okay. Sorry, I need to be ready to turn the... Might not this. I might, it's locked up. If kids run in, I might disappear like that for just a second. But, back to the game. So Magnus up a pawn. It's that kind of weak c-pawn, but a lot of pressure against the king. Pressure on f7. And potential sacrifices here and here all the time looming. And this threat also coming at some point. Spends a little time stopping anything that could happen over here. Fortifies the bishop. Looking very good for white here. G4 is so 90s. Yeah. But it's, I mean, what once was old is new again. Does this work? Rook takes. No, queen takes? Also queen takes. White's lost. This didn't work out at all. Magnus, you had such a promising position. Yeah, so he went in for this tactic, which did not work out for him. But still complicated. What is he gonna do? Alright, I don't think this door is locked. Hey, Maruga, how's it going? Let me make sure I lock this door really quick. Just kidding. My wife is the best. She did lock the door. I am going to refill on water, though, so I will be right back. Stay with me, guys. All right. Yeah, Grizzly Bear. We are, for those, you know, maybe just joining. Also, let me know about the audio, because sometimes when I turn it off and on, it actually messes up a little bit. But Grizzly Bear is the Iranian player Parham Maghsoodloo, and obviously Dr. Drunkenstein is Magnus Carlsen, who just suffered a loss here as I took a moment to get a little bit more water. Never sounded better. Awesome. Awesome. He has not yet adopted the grizzly bear. He has come very close. A lot of streaks of like 5 or 6 here and there. I think very, very early on, there may have been something close. I don't think it was 9, but maybe a 7 or something. But yeah, a lot of 5s, lots of 6s, no 10 in a row. F5 looks like a very strong move. There's this big pin here. So yeah, big pin. And if black gets to take there, it could be some danger. This pawn could be a long-term weakness. Increasing the pressure on the pin seems like a very sensible idea. All the queens are attacked, but by the power of Magnus magic, he solidifies this monster knight in here. And yeah, this is a crazy position where it's going to be really hard to know what's going on, because it's could be very complicated. How am I doing? I am doing great. Another day, another opportunity to watch Magnus Carlsen exploit a pin and get these knights hopping around. 2 knights hopping around, and an octo spider is following me. Magnus had all these octo knights hopping around, and we got the octo spider. Thanks for the follow. And a Smith Mora. Ooh, a Smith Mora by the Grizzly Bear. So sacking a pawn. How do you refute the Smith Mora? Magnus playing what is probably the main line. I assume this is the way most people are still playing this today. You play with f6, you get the knight hopping, and you just say, I'm up a pawn. Grizzly Bear says, not so fast. I'm sacking on d5, the typical sack, and you try to cut this board in half. It's actually pretty difficult to play this objectively as black. I mean, look at this. Looks really, really dangerous. I know that this is fine. I think this is still theory. It looks like a game I know, but is taking there wrong? I think taking there is wrong. So I assume Magnus is in trouble, but anything could happen. This is really, really hard to play, even so. It's a good choice. I'm trying to beat Magnus, something that's this hard to play. He also just took back on e7. Didn't know if he had to, but yeah, material is somehow equal. Here he was giving up 2 rooks for a queen, which would have at least meant that he was safe. But yeah. Okay, he got the queens off the board, and he's got this d-pawn. Yep, so this is Magnus Carlsen. Dr. Drunkenstein is the world champ, Magnus Carlsen, and Grizzly Bear is Parham Maghsoodloo. Apologies to him for not being able to pronounce his name. I have no chance. But yeah, 2680 rated FIDE player. Very strong Iranian player. Alright, Rook sneaking around. After all the complications were done, Grizzly Bear up a pawn over there on the queen side, king side, but okay, Magnus gives the bishop just to make sure there's nothing going on over there. Magnus probably trying to put the pawn on a dark square. Put the pawn on a dark square so that they can't take it, and then make a bunch of random moves as fast as you can, and hope to survive the time scramble. Keep making moves. Keep moving. Keep moving. He's actually like thinking though. He actually takes time to make sure he's like actually outflanking the other king, and sometimes that gets you in trouble, but not here. Magnus wins the time scramble. All right. Yeah, French, and this one actually. So it kind of tricked him out of playing the winnower. Normally, the site is lagging a little bit. But it kind of tricked him out of the winnower into a Steinitz variation. Knights on f4 can be pretty dangerous against this French setup. The knights often will swoop over towards the king side. So I wonder where this guy is going to go. We're going to wait. We're going to find out. He needs to stay here right now to kind of defend this guy. Okay, an interesting way. He's bringing the rooks over. So yeah, Magnus has done a good job getting all the pieces to pretty active squares. He's bringing out the bamboo stick. That being said, I think he's lost rating against this guy, but he is 46 to 20 against him. So yeah, he's definitely winning the match. The question remains, can he actually gain rating off this guy, and can he at least one time adopt the great grizzly bear here? Not an easy task. The bamboo sticks. Alright. So yeah, a lot of hopping around. Magnus up 2 pawns for an exchange. So gonna be a lot of hopping around. Can Grizzly Bear keep up on the clock? It is. This is loading really slow. I heard another chicken follower, and it was Fritzy. Thank you very much for the follow. Okay. So there's another one for Magnus. That is 3 now. And sticking with the knight f6. This is kind of his new thing. He's been sticking with knight f6. No more queen d6 candies. Something bad must have happened in that line, and he's kind of shied away from it for like at least the last couple nights. He is. It's kind of interesting. He probably just goes, he books up on some other different kind of variation in each of these lines. I don't know this number. So even when he plays an opening, he plays like the Scandinavian. He's all the time kind of refining it and finding new ways and thinking up new ways of playing positions that he plays all the time. So I guess we all could be learning from that. I think for most players, having one line, like if you play the Scandinavian, you're like, all right, I just need one line and I'll play it over and over and over and over again. Okay, these center pawns though, they look good if they ever get mobile. Problem is, once one of them moves, then sometimes you can blockade. Like, I don't know if he wants to try to blockade. He first of all wants to not get checkmated. So, will these center pawns become a target, or are they just rolling all over Carlsen? Okay. Trying to establish a blockade, but the pawns do appear to be pretty strong. Magnus can't trade queens. The pawns would just get stronger. I mean, this is really high level. Every move is like making a threat. Every move the opponent stops it. But what about this one? What about rook f2? Rook f2 e7. Giving the new queen on the board. And after it's all said and done, Magnus winning material, and they're just picking up the freebie rook. Very complicated position, and Magnus comes out on top 4 in a row, so he's starting to get another little streak going here. Another Nimzo / Rogozin. And slightly different way of playing it. Isolated queen spawn. We've been seeing a lot of these isolated queen spawns. 4 bamboo sticks in a row. Whoa, d5. The bishop was attacked, and he just hits him with d5. I guess if he took the bishop, he was going to start taking on e6. Would have been really scary. Okay, rook hanging. And Magnus finds a way to win material. Won the exchange. Dang. This guy's a beast. Finds every little tactic. Yeah, it's crazy. Somehow this Magnus guy loses games. I mean, it's like he sees everything. Okay, so a lot of stuff will probably get traded here. Black will at least have 2 bishops. If you have 2 bishops, it's at least a little complicated. You can take it. There's no problem on the back rank. Okay, so it is sort of simplifying, which is probably going to make it a little bit easier for Magnus. And yeah, queenside. Stubbornly defended. But okay. Tough endgame. I mean, it's still a grind, but this is where Magnus really shines. This is, if you want technical endgame skills, this is the best player in the world. So once it gets to this phase, he really is a beast. Super hard to beat Magnus in an endgame like this when it's just rook and pawn endgames. Really shines here. So it will be impressive if the Grizzly can somehow hold this. Alright, but yeah. A tough task, and that's 5 in a row. So time for a French. Get excited. Rubinstein. So we've seen him. He plays this, whatever it's called, Morozevich burn variation, usually, when we get this line. So usually, if I know my Magnus Carlsen, he's going to take with a G-pawn. That is the style. All you need to know is endgames, how to win with a king and a pawn. Alright. Yeah, this actually reminds me, he played a very similar game to this, a few days ago. This looks very familiar to me. Very familiar. Alright, we'll see you very soon. Dangar, thank you for the follow. We'll see you at Emikar's pretty soon. Okay. Opposite colored bishop endgame with a rook on the board. Just gives it up. Pawns were too weak. 6 in a row. King and pawn endgames are very tough. It requires, I feel like endgames more than anything, like it requires serious study. It's like one of the most important things. The most important things are tactics and endgames, and they're also kind of the biggest grind in chess. But to be a serious player, you got to know your endgames, got to know your tactics. That's true. If you never get to the end game, doesn't help too much to learn them. F3, huh? Okay. F3. I didn't see that decision coming. Feels a bit loosey-goosey, but maybe it's all under control here. And yeah, there's this typical maneuver where the knight tries to hop into this square, but it's a little bit different here. Is this bishop a liability? I don't know. It looks all loosey-goosey, but we'll see if Magnus can hold all this stuff together. I guess not. There goes the queen. But it's still not very clear. I'd be really scared to be white, though. I'd be really scared. Some people are getting the strollers out. Is Magnus going to survive this one? I feel like this is a tough challenge here. That thing gets attacked again. But that... Okay, so he's defending. 7 seconds for Grizzly. 7 seconds. Magnus doing a good job predicting most of the moves. Ooh, you can take the queen at least. Yeah, just take the queen. Okay. Okay, nice. Is he going to hold this together? He's doing a great job of hanging in. Not easy to beat Magnus. Magnus is a beast. Oh, okay. He's letting... Take it. He's going to win. He's going to win if he can go fast enough. No! Stalemate! No! No, you just had to push the pawn. No. No, Magnus. That one hurt. So now it's... All right. It ends there. It's up to 32.55 rated now. And it's 15.5 to 20.5 for the day. All those strollers wasted. Yeah, you don't want to... Let's see. You don't want to count your chickens before you hatch. You don't want to pram your strollers before you adopt. So it looks safe enough. White has the 2 bishops and the position's pretty open. So should be slightly better for white. But doesn't feel too serious. Looks like Magnus is doing pretty alright here. Not afraid to move all the pawns in front of the king. And some sacking going on. And again, this is where the knight belongs. But unfortunately, if that rook hits there, you do lose a queen. He was playing the thematic knight to c5, but lost some material, in bad shape in this one. Yeah, you mean the story of your life. Super winning, time scramble happens, blunder a stalemate. Happens every day. C pawn strong, but again, Grizzly Bear taking much more time, so Magnus is getting a lot of opportunities based off of the clock. Yeah, I think this is definitely Magnus definitely being tricky. Yeah, even saw that coming. Like, how does he see these moves coming? He's so good. He's doing an awesome job defending against all the threats as best he can. Time is an issue for everybody. He's making it as hard and tricky as he can. Not easy for white, but that's a queen. Oh, these are getting real intense, the scrambles here at the end. They are getting pretty intense. Okay, so we get a mainline Najdorf with h3. Very popular move. Alright, so Magnus being very serious here. This looks like some heavy theory. Let's play a real opening the real way. Those knights. Coolio. Alright, that's good to know. I will next time try to crush Coolio from the start. Cannot risk getting an endgame against him. Yeah. King takes is going to be dangerous. You have to take. I don't know what else. You have to take. And it's just going to be very dangerous. Grizzly Bear. Oh boy. A nice spot there. Bishop e4 could be the killer. Yeah, he's trying to get his king and queen off of the same file, but you just can't do it. So, nice one there. Nice one there by the Grizzly Bear. Roy Lopez. So, Magnus won this game. Alright, and yeah, sort of a typical beginner mistake, allowing that bishop to be traded. Doesn't actually, like, just win or anything, but strategically a small success for Team Black. And that being said, I don't understand the position, but I don't have to. This Magnus guy, he is the one that needs to show us what is going on here. To my eyes, it looks very complicated and unclear. But yeah. Verpelt. I know a lot of people have asked me to do a simul. I guess I will at some point. Doesn't sound like fun, but if people really want it, I guess I will at some point. 100 players though. Won't be where I start, but I'll probably end up. I'm going to end up doing simul because everybody keeps asking for it. But we'll see how many people I can handle. This game is an excellent example of why I don't play the Rui. It is complicated. Thanks to Swirly Jeans for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, trying to remove the defender of the rook. This is a fancy trade. But then the queen gets in there. Okay, so before the queen goes to wherever she's trying to go, whatever pawn she's trying to attack, or however she's trying to get a hold of the king. Yeah, he played the preventative. King move. Queens come off, kings race up. Magnus's king gets up there a little bit faster, but the pawn structure over on this side is very symmetrical. So, yeah, opening it up over there probably helps the rook more than the bishop. Yeah, if Magnus could just get in here and blockade a little bit better with the king, he'd be fine. This actually looks like a pretty easy fortress. It's probably black that's even going to try to play for a win, objectively. Yeah, that doesn't work. So Magnus wins. Guess he doesn't win, but he will win on the clock. It was more complicated than I thought. Oh, that's actually a bad move, objectively, because he lets him trade the queens. So that could have just been a quick queen trade, make a draw. But it wasn't expected by the Grizzly. So Magnus wins that one. And let's get a King's Indian with c5. And here, Magnus plays this. It's a little bit more known and accepted playing this early g4 and h4 in this particular kind of opening. Obviously, everybody always plays g4 and h4 and everything. Here it is a pretty well-known thing. And I do fancy White's chances here. It's not over by any means, but I personally prefer White in this kind of position. Seems to work out for White pretty often. Rook attacked. Okay, he's just going for the promotion over there. Yeah, very interesting. So he's got to get this all off the board, otherwise he may lose this pawn. Okay, getting the bishop off. This knight now actually has a square. But the f-pawn falls. Swinging the queen in the other way. Queen tied down to the b-pawn? No, no. Just does it anyway. So can Black do something? Okay, yeah, I was wondering, like, could he move one of these pawns? Can he get something going? White gets to play the checks, though. It's White with the initiative. Could be dangerous if you can get... Yeah, there's a checkmate. I was gonna say those queens and knights. They are very good at working together as a team, getting the checkmates. In this opening, we see it repeated many, many times. Black seems very happy. Just sacking a pawn and trying to get an early initiative. A very good bullet strategy. Probably not objectively correct, but definitely leads to an exciting game every time. White wants the bishop more than he wants to double the black pawns. Makes a lot of sense. The bishop does seem sensibly placed on f2 for now. Eventually, yeah. Ooh. Was that on purpose? That was a... I guess it was, right? Because otherwise knight was hanging. Yeah, you can't castle. I don't know what I'm thinking. g4. But yeah, at some point... I would love to get scary with these pawns. It's just not happening. Okay, trying to pry it open on the king side. Magnus successfully got the pawn back, and now it could be White's king under a little bit more pressure than the black king. Mate is threatened, though. Checkmate threatened. Not easy. Yes, it's gonna come down to another insane time scramble. The back rank. The back rank. Oh, and he thought the king was going somewhere else. So the Grizzly gets the win. Good back rank tactic. And we get a little Leningrad Nimzo. This Rook C1 is not the most popular variation, but it's a very interesting try. I think objectively it should be only very slightly better for White, but it's a very, very interesting try. You get a position like this where it can be black or White trying to get some pressure against that D pawn, trying to force some weaknesses right away. But yeah, relatively balanced. Nothing too special here. But sometimes these quiet games lead to the most remarkable finishes. So then, yeah, knight not quite trapped over there. Lots of trades, nothing too much going on. So I guess queen takes. So will we see any Carlsen magic? Can he make something happen here? A good start is winning that pawn, getting this passer going, centralizing the queen. Winning another pawn, losing a pawn. And most importantly, though, he is really crushing it on the clock in this game. 5 seconds for the Grizzly Bear is not going to be enough time. This game will easily go another 20-30 moves. So Grizzly Bear actually resigns, and Magnus wins a game. Let's see. This seems to be okay. So Magnus again down a pawn with compensation. The biggest compensation is this d4 square, which he controls. He also has pressure on the d3 pawn. Alright, I don't really buy it. He is down a pawn. I don't buy the compensation. We'll see what happens here, though. Yeah, not buying this one for Magnus. If you have to move your knight back and forth, then probably has gone wrong. So, also you can kind of tell sometimes when they move a little extra fast, I think it is because they kind of made a boo-boo and they're trying to compensate by playing really fast. Okay, here are the rooks coming in. What's the defensive plan? There's a queen check here, I guess. Let's see if this works. I mean, there's rook checks, there's queen checks. Otherwise, you're losing a piece. Oh. So I'm not taking the bishop, going back. Weird defense the f-pawn, so... Okay, so an interesting defense there. And white just happy with all these center pawns running down the board. Not going to be easy to blockade them all. Yeah, c-pawn, too fast. Magnus going down. Boom. Another one for the Grizzly Bear. So where do you guys go? Is everybody just so consumed by the games? Where did everybody go? Where's my chat? All right, white taking the space on the king side. Good old exchange French. I love the exchange French when these guys play, because it's like, this is the most boring way you can play the French, but no, they make it so exciting. They find a way. All right, everybody is just kind of vibing. Everyone's just kind of feeling the games. Everybody's still with me. Thank goodness. I'm like, where'd everybody go? But I think we're all just in the zone. We're all just waiting to see what happens next. So there's an exchange. Coolio played an awesome game. Who's my favorite player? Overall, I know Fabi just quite well personally, so I usually say Fabi. Magnus is very close up there too. I do really enjoy Magnus, and I think he does a really good job as an ambassador for the game, as a world champion. Like, just sitting here playing all these games every night is like, it's just so good for chess. There's this huge boom in chess right now. People have extra time. People really are hanging out, playing a lot more chess. And I think all the things that he does for the game are really excellent. So I really do like Magnus as a player. I know Fabi personally, and he's, tremendously nice guy. Ooh, what? Oh my gosh, these knights. Knights are terrifying. Have I played Fabi? I played Fabi in a casual game. we played one blitz game just in the chess club. It was funny because he didn't. He was just playing me because the person he was really playing ran to the restroom and I just snuck in a game. But it was actually interesting. I didn't get crushed. Like, I didn't lose tactically. I didn't blunder a piece. I didn't get mated or something crazy, which I thought might happen. Just looked at the board at some point and said, none of my pieces can move. I don't know how that happened. He outplayed me by a bit. Actually, that is the right decision there, right? Magnus was down to, like, no time. So he gave away the rook. The other guy, like, probably shouldn't take it, right? Because you win if you keep the if you keep the rook on the board. That could have been a win for the Grizzly Bear. So you probably don't want to take the rook there. All right. So this structure again. Oh hey. Oh hey, it's Headshot Roman. How's it going? I hope you had a great stream. So Headshot Roman. He streams every day, it seems. So good to have you with us. Thanks to the 12 people coming in. Actual Cyan is here. How's it going? VSim, good to have you. You got 10 followers. Everyone, he needs more. He needs more followers. Headshot. So, yeah, definitely check him out. There's the link. You guys can go over there. Give him a follow. Know when he goes back on. How long have I been playing? I've been playing since college. So, I don't know. More than 10 years. 11 years? 12 years? In that range. Probably 10 years. Hey, Daniel. How's it going? We are here. We're watching Magnus. Dr. Nykerstein is Magnus Carlsen, world champ, taking on a very strong 2680 rated Iranian grandmaster named Parham Maghsoodloo. I'm sure I'm messing up his name, but a very strong Iranian player. And it's been a very tough battle. Magnus is up, you can see down here, 55-24. There have been a few times we've been getting close to adoptions, but no adoption yet today. So, yeah, Grizzly Bear is incredibly strong, hanging in there, and I'm pretty sure has actually taken rating points away from Magnus Carlsen. Your best rating is 2400, and it's in Bullet. So, yeah, if you like Bullet, here is the place to do it. We got a chess ninja. We got a chess ninja in the house. And we have an English on the board. So these guys have played a couple of Englishes. It's a really nice match. They keep switching up the openings. So once you get used to one, they usually move on to another. And we're getting to see quite a lot of varieties of pawn structures. And yeah, a nice interesting maneuver. Remaneuvering the knight to c3. Or just moving it back. Escobar, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I think Magnus would do pretty well against most of us. So, yeah, the level of this play has been incredible. I mean, this is a 1-minute game. We've seen very, very few blunders. I mean, every now and then these guys do, even these guys, they blunder queens and whatever. But they see all the threats that their opponents are making. It's really interesting comparing this. So this is Magnus playing a 2680 rated player, almost 2700. When he plays like 2400s, there's always tactics. Magnus just like wins pieces and checkmates them in like less than 20 moves. But no, this Grizzly Bear really is a bear. He holds on there, real tough, and yeah, very strong player. So. Hangs up a couple of pawns, but the king is exposed. E-pawn hanging. Pawn's over here kind of shattered. He gives another pawn. But now, is this queen coming in? There was a lot of threats. And Grizzly Bear, in this game, as in most of the games, also Magnus just takes the pawn. Grizzly Bear has been getting in time trouble. This seems to happen. Magnus is always up like 10-15 seconds, and then at one important defensive moment of the game, Magnus takes a big, long think. Which sometimes gets him into trouble. So it's been fascinating. Can Magnus hold on here? It looks rough. Yes, you couldn't do the ladder. This pawn actually was helping quite a bit. He might lose a queen, but the time... Nice defense. Keeps his rook alive. At least he got the rook. And Magnus wins on time. Yeah, tough defense. Looks like a bear, too. This is Lee Chess. Good to have you, Slimy. This is leechess.org. lichess.org. My preferred site and Magnus's preferred site when it comes to playing these late night bullet matches. So yeah, thanks Cyan for putting it right there in the chat. The thorough opening. So this one, we've seen this pawn structure too a few times in this match. They seem to like this one. You'll notice in all these Magnus games, there's usually some imbalance. Here there's a 3 on 2 versus a 4 on 3. There's always some sort of a balance when Magnus Carlsen plays. Do I think Magnus is better than Alireza in bullet? I do not. I think Magnus is the best bullet player in the world, which is why he has the highest rating. And in their most recent encounter, adopted Firouzja. It's true. Yeah, it's so yeah. Lead Chess is cool. So the thing is, like all these other sites, so chess.com. One of the things is if you play over there, you have to stream over there, and you can only do stuff on there at least when you stream. And so it's kind of cool. There's people that like usually they can only stream on chess.com, but they come to Lead Chess, and there's people that own Chess24, and by people I mean Magnus. But then they come, they meet here, and they play people on Lead Chess. So everybody, this is kind of like the halfway meeting point for all of the big three sites. Leftedness. Are the games live? Yep, this is totally live. We are watching the games as they're being played. Not a replay at all. So these are happening right now on the site. You're welcome to go and watch. There's about 1,300 people just watching this game, which you can't see here. Does Danya beat Magnus? The last time they played, what happened? I mean, obviously wins some games. He's not like just getting swept every game. That's a very good match. I like that match quite a bit. Blind Fido. Thank you. Yeah, so when he plays Danya, he also plays over here on Lead Chess. So it's like Naroditsky can't stream it. I don't know if he would want to stream against Magnus. He probably wants to focus and try hard. But he has to stay on chess.com. Capitan... What? I'm going to try. Cape Tan Fritulika. I crushed it. I know I got that one right. Thanks for the follow. What do I think Firouzja will become the world champ? It's hard to say anybody will become the world champ. If I had to bet, I guess I'd bet on no, just because it's the likelihood of anybody becoming world champ is so low. I do think it's interesting. Close enough. All right, I tried. I do feel like as one of the young guys that's come up and gotten to 27, whatever he is, 20, 30, 40, like whatever his rating is, where you're looking up, you see 2,800, you see the potential for the future. I feel like Alireza, more than a lot of these other very promising juniors that also get to the mid 2700s and stall out for a long time, he at least is playing these top guys all the time. He's playing them so frequently. He gets the opportunity to play Magnus all the time. If you want to like actually be a legit 2,800, the only way to really do it is to get the opportunity to play a lot of these top guys, the opportunity to play Magnus all the time, the opportunity to play Fabi all the time, playing Ding all the time. And so I think more than a lot of these other promising juniors, that it's like they get up there so fast, they get to like 2,700, we get excited, they're the next big thing, and then nothing really happens, or like, they just can't make that jump to the super, super elite, because obviously it takes a tremendous amount of effort. He has the advantage of at least having quite a bit of experience. Dirty Pecker TV. Magnus is Dr. Drunkenstein. So he is been battling it out. He's currently the highest bullet rated player on the site. He at one point was 3350 rated, which was absolutely mad. And he's taken on a 2680 rated player, the Grizzly Bear from Iran. And there he made a queen and ran out of time. So Grizzly Bear. But yeah, I'm rooting for Firouzja. I like him quite a bit. I don't know him personally. I know a lot of the top guys because I do work for the St. Louis Chess Club. I don't know Firouzja personally at all, but I am rooting for him. I hope he does make it because he's tremendously fun to watch. And, I've seen him do commentary of some of his own games. It's really good stuff. So I do wish him the best. And we'll see. We will see. Yeah, so it's usually 3 people. It's if there's 3 people, it's Magnus, Fabi, and Ding. That C-pawn was hanging, but he didn't go for it. So a lot of open files on the king side. Magnus takes the opportunity to cement the center here. So yeah, an interesting approach. Calmly, easily defending everything in the center. And yeah, that was a good tactic because there was this pawn here hanging. Had to be really careful there. Now you got to worry about this guy storming down. Okay, but Magnus is now threatening to take the pressure. Blockades the pawn. And again, we see the time difference. Magnus is always up 10-15 seconds at about this point. Gives the queen. So desperate times for Magnus. I have no idea what the status of their contracts are. You imagine Naka will stay there forever because he's just doing great. I assume both those guys will stay there forever because they're both very successful on chess.com, so you imagine they'd stay there. I personally do like that I am kind of a free agent. I can, if there's stuff cool on chess.com, I can play there. And then if Magnus is playing on Lichess, I can come here and watch him. So I think those guys should be happy where they are. I'm happy where I am. And I guess Grizzly should be happy with his position here. Seems pretty decent. White getting this typical queenside play. How serious is it? Yeah, feels like Black has done pretty well here, but we will see. Oh, Ajedrez, how's it going? Oh, you're from Mallorca. Very cool. I never got to go there. I did intend. I went to a university in Madrid, and I had plans to go to Mallorca. Never went. Tim Chen, who is Grizzly Bear? Grizzly Bear is the Iranian play-in Parham Maghsoodloo, 2680 rated FIDE, and very, very competitive bullet player. As you can tell, 3100 is not a joke. I don't actively speak Spanish anymore. I still understand it really well. I've kind of decided not to speak it. It's one of those things where I was fluent at one point, and then I haven't spoken it in like 10 years. Every now and then for work or for some random reason, I have to speak Spanish, and I do. But I don't do it on purpose anymore. That's nice. Magnus breaks through, gets the win. No, I would never say anything. Just embarrass myself. A big pause here. A few pauses. It looks like it has the Grizzly Bear. Grizzly Bear might be calling it a day here. I think chess.com and Lichess, they should be. I whitelisted them. Oh, you know what it is? It's Moobot timing you out for posting a link. What are you doing? All right, they're back. They keep doing this. They have this joke where they pretend like they're not coming back. Who's trying to? What are you trying to link? Got him. Yeah, get him, Moobot. I thought they were, but I guess I'll have to look into that. I haven't played Dominguez. I've spoken to Dominguez and his family. He's here in St. Louis quite a bit, so very nice guy. So here, what is the story? Thank goodness, I thought they paused. I thought they were done, but they keep doing this where there's a little pause and then nothing happens. So this is a very interesting structure. I don't know how well it'll fare. White is potentially thinking of trying to blast through. But yeah, we will see. I've heard Geary will be streaming, so that'll be super exciting. Grizzly Bear, good to have you, Costco. Grizzly Bear is Parham Maghsoodloo from Iran. So yeah, very strong Iranian grandmaster. What? That's a queen. Queen's hanging. Is this mate? If you take it, it is mate. Oh my gosh. Oh, that was sick. All right. What the threat is the knight fork. That's a big threat. How does White defend this? Not a lot of time. let's see. Yeah, there might be more threats for black. Just picking up a lot of stuff. Won plenty of material and just took the bishop and the queen. It's all over, but he's playing on. He's trying to flag. He's trying to flag. He usually resigns in these spots. Okay, he's found the resign button there. Oh, hey, John Ludwig Hammer in the house. How's it going? Good to have you here. We got the Hammer with us. Good to have you. And yeah, we've been watching a very, very exciting battle here. And this is the first time we get to see this structure, so it'll be very nice. White will be trying to get a little bit of pressure on the D pawn. Usually the pawn is nice, safe, and sound, but we will see how they approach this position. Oh, has the Hammer been playing Fortnite? So yeah, this has been a very quiet, slow maneuvering game compared to a lot of the recent blood we've been seeing. Alright, lots of trades on the D file. And the C pawn is becoming a target. The C pawn is going to fall. Alright, everything is fine. Coast is clear. King's coming to the middle. I'm very likely to have a 12-hour stream, and I'm not sure if I'm going to do chess the whole time. So one thought I've had is to try Fortnite for the very first time. He just hung some puns. I don't know if that's the right approach. Is it a fun game to play one time? I can't imagine myself getting committed to it, but who knows? What if it is fun, and then I have to play it all the time? That's another risk. Also a big risk is that H pawn. Running down the board. Magnus doing a good job stopping all the black pawns. It's the clock, though, is really not in Magnus's favor. And yeah, gives a knight. He could take the bishop. But yeah, running out of time. Running out of time is Magnus. So another one for the Grizzly Bear. Magnus's rating slowly going down. All right, e4 and another pause. We'll see. He must, maybe he's clearing his head. That last one was a tough one. And he's going with e5. So yeah, Ruy Lopez. So Magnus wins. He always wins. And I guess Grizzly Bear is staying with this line where he does give away the light squared bishop. But it's a really complicated position. And these guys have been here before, so they both seem to want to go for this again. Well, watch how these guys play it. So they've had this position before. They've played this exact variation already. So I'm kind of surprised that they're thinking as much as they are, but it does get very complicated. So yeah, White's trying to remove the defender of the bishop. So yeah, it's symmetrical with the exception of White having these doubled pawns. Black also has two bishops if this opens up at some point. White snags a pawn, and we will see. We'll see if there's real activity here for Black, or if he's blundered a pawn. Alright. So now this should be pretty good for Black, I would assume. Looks like the rooks are coming in, and suddenly some pawns are falling off. Black is getting active and completely crushing it on the clock. So yeah, excellent play by Magnus there. DV's Chess, good to have you. Thanks for the follow. Alright, what is this? This appears to be a blunder. Looks like a pawn was blundered right in the opening moves. He's down upon, like, literally every single game. Magnus likes being down upon with some compensation. I do not see any compensation here. Black with 2 strong central pawns. Already a tough one for Magnus. Suspend. We got Dr. Drunkenstein over here. Currently the highest rated bullet player on Lichess and current world champion, #1 player in the world, going against Grizzly Bear, a strong Iranian grandmaster. I don't think it was a sign of disrespect. I do think he probably expected something else, or I don't know how he blundered the pun, but his head was somewhere else. He has been playing for over 6 hours, like almost 6.5 hours. So if in 6.5 hours you only blunder 1 central pun in bullet, you're doing all right. Okay, leaving the knight hanging, pestering the rook. Yeah. So, Grizzly still have a pawn. I guess he is able. This looks like could be challenging. 2 against 1. He gets the runners going. Gotta like Black's chances, other than the 10 seconds. Probably more likely to be a draw, objectively. But look at all these pawns. They make a good impression. And yeah, he's kind of goofed this up. He almost snuck that pawn through, but the time. Yeah, this pawn's on a dark square. Very nice. He can't go take it, so Magnus wins on time. And he's going back to the Scandi. Hey, Twitmax. How's it going? And yeah, he's going back to this line. As always, down a pawn. This never seems to get him that good of a position. They've had this position now probably about like 6 times or so today already. We have seen this one quite a bit. And it never seems like Magnus gets full compensation. But he keeps going with it, and he keeps winning with it. So I guess if you keep winning, you should keep playing. Does look really scary for everybody. D6 played. So I guess he's hoping to remove this pawn and get this knight hopping in here. Looks dangerous. White can't castle. There's pressure on the e-file. C pawn will probably be recaptured with the rook soon. Yeah. It is pretty insane. Yeah, and this is just typical. This is like normal Magnus. 6.5 hours or so of bullet just to finish off your day. Just round it off with a few hours of bullet. I mean, the stamina is really crazy, and it's one of the things I'm impressed with the most. Also, his ability to always win that position is pretty impressive. But just like the stamina and the amount of time that he can just play bullet without stop, and at the same level, like it's still a very, very, very high level, without seemingly fatiguing whatsoever. All right, so we got our thematic. He loves the knights on c4. Big theme. Put a pawn on a4, put a knight on c4, and this time they're going straight for the endgame. 5 seconds into the game, queens are coming off. White has a little more space on the queen side, and that's about the only difference here. Knight's trying to hop in. Black seems to have it on lock. But if anyone's better here, it should still be white. Knight coming into e6. So Black defends against it. Imaj, thank you very much for the follow. Hey, Tim. I think Magnus purposely tries some interesting positions which are uncomfortable to stretch himself. You think he's doing it to challenge himself? Yeah, I think he's doing them because they work. When it comes to these imaginative, creative positions that are kind of unusual, he kind of figures, I'm better than my opponent, because I'm always better than my opponent. So if I play stuff that's a little unusual, they don't know the plans, I can probably outplay them and win a lot of games. It's a successful recipe. He's very, very, very good at creating imbalances and then exploiting them and outplaying his opponents. He's literally the best at it. so white's rook is a little more active. G-pawn's falling. But again, it's the kind of position where Magnus is just up twice as much time. But then he gets into the true time scramble, and then even Magnus makes it really close. Magnus can only keep up the speed. It's the same story on the clock every single game. Okay, but this one will go for Magnus, who wraps it up and now has 4 in a row. 4 in a row. So... Alright, so a different approach against this Portuguese variation. And we get straight to another endgame. So this looks and feels totally fine for black. Magnus actually up a pawn. Yep, so this is totally live. We are watching them. They are playing on Lichess right now. There are 1,200 people just watching this game, not on this channel, but just total sitting watching the board on Lichess. And sorry, let me check one thing here. You love playing white against the French. French is the best. How's it going, Hardwell? How's it going, V Smiles? Alright, so this is like the opposite of every game that's ever been played so far. Magnus down a pawn, Magnus down on time. It's sort of, they're doing the reverse here for one game. But look at all these pawns. D and C pawns running down the board. We got biggest knight battle there ever was. He's trying to break through. He's going to sack all his pawns and try to break through. But I guess white defended pretty well. He just took all the pawns. Alright. So this is Lichess, so even though black can't realistically mate, if he could somehow run white out of time, he would be able to claim a win. But yeah, no time for Magnus. Time was the killer there. So the streak of 4 ends. Yeah, Parham Maghsoodloo is a very strong Iranian grandmaster. Here, they've been doing a couple, every now and then we get to see a nice little Sicilian. Opposite side castlings, white is pawn storming. Black's going in for the typical Sicilian attack. Temporarily sacking a knight, which was taken. I'm actually kind of surprised the knight was taken. Because how do you take back now? The black king is going to be on the run. Queen h2 was a nice spot. h6, is this working? He's going to take on h6, so what's... Holy cow. So Grizzly Bear for this moment takes with a rook, getting the dark squares. Holy cow. Could this possibly work for Magnus? It looks scary, but... Okay, bishop g6. Good to have you roster. Yeah, Grizzly is a strong Iranian grandmaster, and there's a pin there, so that's a win. So there's another one for Magnus. He's won now 64, a good chess number. He's won 64 today against Grizzly, and before this guy, he was playing Andy Tang for about 3 hours. So, and they're very impressive that Magnus sacked all that and it actually worked out somehow in the end. Whoa, also bishop c5. Exploiting the pin, but now what? They castle and now what? You just develop your stuff? Huh. So still a pin on the d file, the bishop just hanging out on c5. And thank you to Slangler. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, for those worried about Magnus and like some contract he has with Chess 24, he's the world champ. Pretty sure he can just do whatever he wants. Okay, so there, Magnus finally collects that pawn. It was that bishop hanging out on c5 for a long time. Finally collects the pawn. Looks good for Magnus. Hey, Queen. It's Parham Maghsoodloo, a very strong Iranian grandmaster, and no stranger to playing Magnus. They have in these late night encounters. They've played quite a bit. Nice battery here. Not going to be so easy. Actually, maybe it's really easy. He found a way of getting the rook out at least, but still. Actually, maybe this has changed. Maybe Grizzly's doing great. Kif, thanks for the follow. And also, if you own the site, you can do whatever you want. Magnus can just do whatever he wants, and we're all thankful for it. All right. Is this? Oh, is that mate? Oh, he set up a mating attack. Now the king's gonna go here. Okay. Magnus getting it done. 2 in a row for Magnus. Yeah, so we see quite a lot of the chess.com people. They play matches against Magnus. So it's really cool. This is kind of where they meet. Ah, a4. Okay, so he's played one of these Grand Prix before. He didn't play a4 last time. But this looks a little bit more like a typical Grand Prix. And he's sacking the pawn. Is he going to sack the rook? He is. He's sacking the rook. But now knight g5. Is knight g5 the move? Takes first. Knight g5. He's threatening all sorts of stuff. Can he put it together? Some combo. Is there some combo? Is there some combo? Because, yeah, king takes, I guess. And you're running into all of this nastiness. Boom! That's a win. If you play the Grand Prix, there is no better example game than that. Absolute brutality. Anybody looking to play the Grand Prix, that is the only game you need to know. That's how you do it. All right. Who's been paying the most attention? All these super endgame lines. Who does this favor? We got the endgame very quickly. In just a matter of seconds. They both seem quite happy. Just going in, playing these endgames. And where's the knight going? Magnus doing some remaneuvering. It's very tough when it's this balanced. The structure is a little bit different over on this side of the board, but it's very, very balanced. So these are also very interesting to see how can Magnus try to create some complications, try to mix it up. How in the world could he win a position that's this equal? And we are waiting for the answer. All right. Thanks, yeah. Thanks for coming by. I have seen Magnus do the bishop knight mate. I can confirm that he knows how to do it. But yeah, it's always really impressive when they can do it with like 0 time. Yeah, looks like a queen is coming. That's another one for Magnus. 4 in a row. So getting a little exciting. He's putting together a couple streaks. He had 4 in a row, lost one, 4 in a row again. Going back to the double fianchetto here. Who is the other player? Good to have you, Suckler. It's Parham Maghsoodloo. I really struggle with the name, but he's an Iranian player, rated 2680. And he's been putting up a heck of a fight, even though it's a big mismatch when you look at it. 67 for Magnus today, 29 for the Grizzly Bear. Overall lifetime, you can see Magnus winning close to 75% of all of the games. So I guess that's the difference that something like 300 rating points makes. Not even 300. Much less than that. Not very good at math, but they're actually very close in FIDE rating to win 75%. It's still very impressive. Very impressive by Magnus. All right, attacking the e-pawn. You can take the e-pawn with check. So, oh, he gives the e-pawn. He believes in the d-pawn. Yeah, knight is coming in. Looks like he's creating some outposts, possibly for a knight. No, he's going for e6. e6 I don't get. He's cleared this diagonal. Is he being tricky? He's being tricky. Magnus realizes he's kind of in trouble here. I guess not. I guess he's figured it out somehow. He figured it all out. And it looks good for Magnus. Yeah, good to have you, Manchi. I do play chess. I'm a 1900 rated player that doesn't really play a lot over the board anymore. But yep, I do play. I work for the St. Louis Chess Club. I'm the tech manager there, so you'll see me when I'm not working from home. I'm working there. I'm on the stream at the club, and I have a lot of videos on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube channel and on my own personal YouTube channel, which I'll take a small moment to shamelessly plug. All right, so here is another one of these pawn up positions. Does feel like there is some compensation, even with the queens coming off the board. That actually looks pretty good for Grizzly. Yeah, rook f8. You hate to have to play it. Yeah, Grizzly actually taken over here pretty well. This hasn't been the most successful opening for Magnus. He has to run his king over to defend the f-pawn. e5. So he's slowly untangling. He's getting out of this little bind here. So white tries to open it up on another flank. All right. So yeah, Magnus not wanting to trade, keeping everything together. Gonna make a bunch of quick moves here. But now the b-pawn is in real danger, so he's got to give it up. Look for opportunities elsewhere. Knights are hopping around, picking up some pawns. Definitely a lot of play in the position. And the knight is just devouring that hungry knight. Uh-oh. It's not mate, though, but he defends. Defends everything. Now g2, g1. It's coming soon. All right. Kicks the knight, pushes the pawn. That was a funny way to do it. And this one will go to Magnus, who's also winning on the clock. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for Magnus. 6 in a row. I think now it is fair. I think it's now fair to start thinking in terms of adoption. We've seen these Leningrad Nimzos with an early rook c1 quite a bit. The positions they get do seem to be pretty equal, at least so far in the match. But Magnus happy to go back for it. And this time he actually gets a target on the c file. It's matched by the target here on the b file for black. But perhaps, you know, a knight could end up going to the c5 square. Yeah, he also wants to trade the queens. He just wants to have a good minor piece endgame. Yeah, this bishop, not the best bishop. Bishop locked out. So Magnus is just trying to trade, get even closer to this minor piece endgame. And yeah, just takes the pawn. So yeah, 4 more to go. This position's very promising. Magnus has a very good position. The favorite to win this game. Rook c5. Didn't see it coming, but it worked out great. Just took the pawn. Yeah, 2 pawns up. 10 seconds up. All bodes well for Magnus. What's happening here? Oh, that's a pawn. And when that pawn falls, all the pawns kind of fall. Kind of snuck something through. Shouldn't matter. White still winning on the board, trying to distract the king. King can't go both ways. King can't go both ways. Gets the knight. Grizzly Bear. 7 in a row. 7 in a row. Go back to the Scandi. This is our first Queen E5 Scandi of the night. This is the old Patzer variation of the Scandinavian. Played by every Patzer ever and the best player of all time. Those are the only people allowed to play it. The worst of the worst and the best of the best. He plays just about every variation of the Scandinavian that there is. But this is the first time we've seen this one tonight. And it seems to be interesting. The E-pawn. E-pawn was hanging for a second, but so was White's D-pawn. And we will see who's going to get the most pressure against the pawns. Black has good potential here. Magnus has some good chances. Hung a pawn, though. Could this be a problem? Pawn down, knight versus bishop. Trades the queens even. Is he getting a pawn back by taking the f-pawn? Alright, so the a-pawn could be a big problem. Could be a problem. Bishop takes. So can you push? A6. I feel like he could have played A6 there. Not sure if there was a problem. But okay. At some point though, this a-pawn will get munched at whatever cost. So he doesn't feel he can trade into this endgame yet. Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Everybody see that? Did that just freeze for me? Does rook go here? I assume some moves were played and it just lagged. But I swear that rook went there. That's not how the rooks move. But flag, 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 flag. No. No, you gotta keep those rooks far away from your king so that they can't pin it to your king. Ah! There goes the adoption opportunity. You hate to see it. Magnus now at exactly 3250 rated. And taking a little break here. Wondering what he did wrong. This rook teleported at one point. I don't know. Did you guys see that? Or am I crazy? Did I fall asleep? Diagonal moving rook. You guys saw that, right? It wasn't just me. Okay, so some other moves were played. There was like it like lagged for a second. But yeah, it really looked like there was some diagonal moving points. And looks like he lost 3 points. So, and they're taking a break. They are both online. Mentally, it could be difficult. So yeah, poor guy. Poor guy. Wins like all his games. Loses all his points. It's not fair. It's not fair when you're this high rated. But for those that haven't been following that closely, you can see his all-time was 33.55. So I know, Peter, it was so close. This was just in April. It was absolutely insane when he did it too, because he won like 30, 40 games in a row. It was insane. Against good people. Against people he shouldn't be beating 30 times. I believe they are done, so I will probably wrap up here. Hope you guys did enjoy. Anybody that... No, they're still playing? Uh-oh. Alert. All alert. All alert. No way. No way. No way. They're still playing chess. Oh, Magnus just lost a game. No way. Wait, no. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. There's no quit. There's no quitting. I was just about to sign off. They can't stop. Whoa. Brewhelmo, good to have you. Thanks, guys, for letting me know. Only mentally. I'm only mentally done. But now emotionally, I must continue. I'm hungry, but food can wait. We got more Magnus. How is this guy still playing? What? Insane. Insane. One more bluff, though, Magnus, and I'm out of here. I swear. I swear I'll leave if you take that big of a break again. Yeah, I'm tired, but whatever. I think next time I stream this guy, I need to actually, like, bring some food. The guy's been playing for almost 7 hours now. It's some insane time in the morning. He's probably got to do commentary in the something very soon. Everybody's queen's hanging. All these pawns are hanging. Black has all these kingside pawns running down. They're never gonna stop. That's true. Yeah, I mean, I guess he probably just like went to the restroom. I guess I wasn't looking at the chat. Like, I wonder if he just like says in the chat, "Oh yeah, I'll be right back" or something. But doesn't sound like him to text during play. Magnus looking for a way. Yeah, just pin the knight. Pin the knight. Felt like there was a tactic there, and Magnus found it before me. All right, so an e6 Sicilian, and he's turning it somehow into a French structure, where he's managed to get the bishop to b5. We'll see how helpful that is. So white actually manages to keep the light squared bishops on the board. You expect him to just move it back to b1 and taking it from here. Yep, it's the same Magnus who won the Magnus Carlsen Invitational, world's #1. Yeah, these knights, they get very dangerous. So it's kind of funny. Even with the king over here, the knights are still getting kind of dangerous on the queen side. And by queen side, I mean king side. Magnus was probably threatening to play f6 there. Here plays f5. And we'll see if Magnus can bust through. Starting nice and slow, but pressure here. Gives the pawn, because if you take, there's g5, which does happen. So white did go for it. White did take this pawn, which is actually kind of surprising, because what do you do now? Okay, so he gives the piece, and he spent a lot of time too, so should be good for Magnus, you would expect, for a lot of reasons. Ignoring whatever, a lot of stuff could be happening over by the black king. Magnus kind of ignoring it all. We'll see how he handles this, as yeah, all sorts of rook sacrifices are possible. Wow, including that one. That's one I didn't see. White saw it coming though. White was adequately prepared for that one. And yeah, so somehow Magnus has emerged up material, and should, as long as he takes that pawn, should be in good shape. Just make sure he grabs everything, so now he can't lose. He's got a queen. He's going to make another queen. Typically 4 seconds is more than enough with a couple queens. So, boom. What exactly is happening here? So he won the pawn, but he had to put the king on d1. And he just grabs another pawn and says, hey, let's trade queens. So obviously black cannot trade queens. Magnus taking all the pawns. Yeah, king on d1, whatever. I got all your pawns. Looks good for Magnus. Taking all the pawns. It's so upsetting. The guy just takes all your pawns. You're not supposed to be able to just take everybody's pawns. So I guess you can take here, though. You block with a bishop. I guess rook takes, but you're losing. Looks like a beginner. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy what the guy gets away with. The guy puts his king on d1. There's a pin. Sorry, I freaked out for a second. But there was a pin. He just takes all the pawns with the queen. Moves the king and queen in the opening a bunch of times. And then when he does it to you, he wins all your pawns. When you put your king on d1 and move your queen around like 3 times, you die. But Magnus, he can do whatever he wants. Though here's kind of a problem. Queen d3 threatened. Looks like an issue, but maybe he's fine. Maybe rook c2 he's fine. But now the rook... Rook could have taken, but I guess it was a check or something. Okay, simplifying. So the rooks are all tangled up, but once the rook comes back into the game, it's a lot of material up for Magnus. Yeah, crazy game. And yeah. One last sneaky pawn. Didn't make its way through. And Magnus now with 3 in a row. Can't go to sleep till you adopt a guy. You got to adopt somebody. Then you can go to sleep. So, must be a motivating force. Up a pawn. We got a Smith Mora. And last time, I think Magnus actually lost kind of brutally. So, yeah, he's approaching. He's doing a different approach. He did this before, and there was a piece sack line. And it's a known line that should be fine for black, but it's really difficult. So here he's taking a much simpler approach. Just shaving in structure. Pawn up. Leave me alone. We'll see how it goes. Still a lot of nagging pressure by white. Typical. So we will see. Follower thing not working on the other screen. Keeper of Light. Good to have you. Thanks for the follow. Arizat, good to have you. Glad you're here with us. And Magnus now playing for 7 hours. 7 hours of chess for this guy. And what? Did he think he had something there? What happened there? 4 for Magnus in a row. And oh, we got this again. But okay, a different approach. I assume black has learned the lesson in the Grand Prix. I don't think we'll get to see Magnus with another absolute Grand Prix crush. I think black's learned the lesson. Here white has decent play on the queen side. White kind of winning on both sides of the board here. I like his chances everywhere. Looks very good. Now he's doing some complicated Carlsen stuff. Don't worry about this part. This is the part that mortals can't play. So don't worry about a lot of this stuff. And things are equal. Can Magnus get some sort of initiative here? I'm assuming, yeah, knight coming in, attacking this pawn. Is there any... Okay, the threat is over here. I thought for sure. I was looking over here. I was looking at this king. I was seeing what he's going to do over there. But he's going for that A pawn, first of all. Not easy to protect. F6. Okay, so the queen just moves up. I don't see it. I don't see a problem. Magnus picking up some stuff. Grizzly Bear in a lot of trouble. And 5 in a row. Halfway there. Halfway there. Back to the Scandi with knight f6. And the Portuguese again. We did see one time, for those that weren't here, one time Magnus actually won a queen in the opening. But another lesson the Grizzly Bear has learned and has not repeated. But yes, I keep getting this position, and I just really don't trust it for black. But, yep, there was a queen. He like pre-moved something. And yeah, again, bishop c5, and the bishop just kind of chills on c5. What do you guys think? Do you guys like this for black? Magnus keeps winning with it. There's something there. I don't know. I don't quite trust it. Yeah, I'm drinking out of a mason jar. Gotta drink out of a mason jar. And yeah, I'm like halfway through. So I've had a bottle and a half on this stream. Sometimes make it through a couple bottles if this Magnus guy keeps me up. But the queen. So he's just going to move the queen back, threaten to move the bishop away. Magnus down material. Is there an attack? Is there an attack? There's a queen, there's an open G file, and there's a bishop. You're basically attacking with 2 pieces. The king is going to have to run around a bit. But can white create a fortress here? Basically saying if the rook moves away, then this queen might be able to do stuff on the e file as well. So I was kind of curious if white was just going to give up the bishop to try to defend, but yeah, now it has all turned around, and we see this opening be successful for Magnus yet again, getting now 6 openings in a row. Why do I drink out of a mason jar? Because normal cups are too small. Ooh, a French. Winnoware has been the go-to. At some point he did kind of switch. He's playing this Steinitz. Dare you to take on B2. It's a bad idea. Okay, so this all looks like a relatively theoretical line. And looks dangerous. So yeah, white kind of here wants to play here, but the queen is actually doing an annoying job of keeping pressure on d4 for the moment. And now the queen not letting white castle. White is willing to trade queens in order to potentially get castled. But now the queen's off the board. We'll see. It's a bishop versus a knight. Bishop versus a knight. Could trade pawns here at some point by taking here and allowing this to be gone. But it seems like Magnus should keep the pressure. The knight snuck into e4, which is the ideal square for the knight in the structure. So, could be annoying. Are things falling apart for Magnus? Is this where he gets into trouble? He's also way down on the clock, but he's got the h-pawn. It's really complicated. Every time Magnus wins, I take a sip of water. I'd probably have to go through a lot of mason jars if I did that. But okay, what was? He's not gonna make it. Black makes a queen. No, checkmate, ending the streak, and the streak dies at 6. All right, so this time the queen goes to e6, not to e5. A slightly different. He puts that queen everywhere. That queen will try out every single square in all sorts of different scandies. Yeah, but eventually the queen's got to drop back to c7 or a6. Very interesting. All right, knight coming out. Rook going to c8. So sad. He was so close so many times. A lot of these, a lot of streaks of 5 or 6 here and there. But you just can't rest. You can't rest till he adopts this guy. All right, 2 knights versus a knight and bishop. h5 surprised me, but it worked out really well. Now Magnus kind of going in with the minority attack. He's going to follow it up with b4 and then try to pick up the pawns and hope that by doing this, if he picks up this one, then this guy also will be a weakness. So very sensible. Knights hopping around. A lot of knights on this board. A lot of tricky stuff could happen. Starting over from scratch. Can Magnus do it? It's really hard. It's really, really hard to adopt the Grizzly Bear. Very, very, very strong player. It should be recognized. We're biased here. We are kind of rooting for Magnus, but should be recognized that the Grizzly Bear is a tremendously strong player who's trying to sneak the rook in, and he actually did it. He actually snuck the rook in. Oh, or can Black hold this? Oh. Thought for a second he snuck the thing in, but oh, they just make it draw. White didn't repeat. White doesn't want the draw. And he sneaks out. He snuck out. He broke free. He broke free, but Magnus doesn't have the time. Oh, Magnus didn't have the time. The Grizzly gets 2 in a row. It was actually the Grizzly who played on for the win, not taking the repetition, and deservedly getting a win against Magnus. All right, so we get a slightly different line. Knight f3 is a little bit less common than f4, but we've seen it in St. Louis. It was the game Fabiano Caruana versus Ray Robson played right here in St. Louis in a U.S. Chess Championship. So we will see what happens. Very dangerous. Magnus says, I have no intentions of castling. I am here for the king. Coming to get him. Again, is he somehow crazily going to give another rook? No. He's already given one rook on a1 today. That's enough. He proved his point. All right, bishop attacked. In pre-move. How do you pre-move b6? What if the guy didn't move his bishop? A lot of trust in his opponent. Oh, getting these queens off? No? No? Yeah, Magnus still looking at that king on f7. Waiting for an opportunity, but the bishop here is too good of a defender. Oh, bishop gone. Bishop gone. Knights can start creeping in. Rook's on the g-file. Black also getting pretty decent attack coming down the c-file. Let's see. b5. Oh, the queen. Got him. Took the queen. No quit in the Grizzly Bear. Fighting on valiantly. But Magnus takes this game. Sicilian. Black had the option there of playing d5, but he doesn't seem to be a d4 player. This line again. Okay. But this time allowing the trade on d3. So Magnus saying, let's play a French, but let's just get rid of the problem. Here's how you get rid of the problem. You guys don't like the French bishop? Here's how you do it. And you take this guy. That is how you solve the problem. Castle's queenside. Sure. And they hang a pawn. You take it. All makes sense to me. I'm not a huge fan of the Khan, to be honest. I do really like the Taimanov. I feel like the Khan allows white a little bit too much flexibility. But that's just me. A lot of good people have played the Khan. Alright, e-pawn attacked. A lot of pressure on b7. So yeah, Magnus, he's gonna take an f4 like a crazy guy? He's thinking about something. He's finding a way. He's breaking through, but now the f-pawn. There's no tactics, right? Like, there's no tactic, no tactic. You gotta look at all these squares. There could be sacrifices everywhere. And I don't think this works. So, yeah, you just take it back. Can't trade the rooks because this guy's too far. The rook will need to come back and stop this h-pawn if it gets out of control. So yeah, they found the most complicated way of doing it. And you can just put your rook here and it would just be winning for black. But he has his own way. This is also winning for black. This is where Magnus really takes over. And another one. That's 2 in a row. Which one may yet be forced to admit? It's straight from the book. You guys can read it in context. Are you talking about what I said during the game? B-pawn hanging. Just take B-pawns. Be like Magnus. Take the B-pawns. Take back with a knight. They got an isolated pawn. And I would be terrified because when my queen takes B-pawns, my queen just gets trapped. So Magnus, though, not afraid. I might be on my own list for hateful things against the French. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, the French really is a favorite of mine. So, just for people out there that might say that they don't like it because of that bishop. His pawn. But he would have to trade. He's up some material, so. Is he going to take the F pawn? Takes with the pawn. A lot of pressure on the E and D files. Okay. So is Magnus going to untangle and be up 3 pawns? How many is he going to have to give back? So far, none. So far, hanging on to everything. Magnus, greedy guy, takes it all, never gives it back. The knight was hanging. I don't know if he could have taken the knight, right? I don't know. It all happens so fast. Okay, just supporting the knight. He likes it where it is. Now willing to trade. Obviously, queen trade wins for Magnus. Everything wins for Magnus. And yeah, St. Louis Chess Club. Woo woo. Good to have you guys. Obviously, everybody needs to go over and follow the St. Louis Chess Club. I do work there, so I admit my bias. It is the greatest chess club in the world. We do all sorts of fun stuff. The St. Louis Chess Club is on Twitch every single day, usually for 6 to 8 hours. Every single day. Every single day, there's something new. Lots of good people over there. Phenomenal. Thanks for the follow. And we're constantly raising money for the Nance initiative. So if you guys do even like the content here, don't give me your money. Go over to the St. Louis Chess Club. Donate to the Nance initiative so that kids in need can get school programs, especially underserved communities that really would benefit quite a lot by getting some kids some programs that's been shown to help out academically and just overall in life. So consider giving. If you're considering giving money to me, also consider just give it to the club. Let the kids at Nance to get a chess club in their school. So good to have you, everybody that came over. Kippers, Criminal Bishop. So this is Maghsoodloo. It is a very strong Iranian grandmaster, 2680 rated, taken on Dr. Nykerstein, who is Magnus Carlsen, the world's #1. It's been an incredible match. A lot of close. So close to adoptions, but no adoption yet. Magnus has been playing for over 7 hours. He has been playing for a long time. It's like 5 a.m. in Norway. Guy doesn't care. And he just plays hours and hours, bullet matches every single night. And I personally can't get enough of it. So I do appreciate everyone, too, that's been just hanging out, watching with us. It has been a very, very exciting one. Here, the Grizzly Bear is up quite a lot of pawns, and these guys are going to start running. There goes the A pawn. So he protects his bishop this way, runs the bishop back. He's going to have to sack a rook, but he does have one F pawn. Is the F pawn enough? The F pawn queens, so this actually worked out. This is materially equal. Thank goodness they tell me on the side of the board. Equal material. By traditional score, equal material. Rook and pawns. Alright. Turns out it's good to have a queen. And Magnus also down on the clock. Time. Oh, made a queen. But Grizzly wins on time. Grizzly wins on time. That one was pretty crazy down to the end. After eating a French at the table, it took me about 10 minutes to decide to advance on the burger. Oh, these two have been playing a very, very crazy battle. And so before this battle, which has seen like a couple breaks, sometimes they take breaks and then they just come right back to it. Before this battle, he played for 3 hours with Andy Tang earlier today, and that was also an epic match. Carlsen's rating did go up as high as about 3270 at one point, so he was in striking range of getting back to the 3300 club. Currently, nobody is on Lead Chess right now, so been very close. So there's a passed e-pawn. It is well blockaded. We're going to see White's going to move the b-pawn, try to break through here, try to storm in. Doesn't take the b-pawn right away. He's probably hinting at c4, c5. Can't do this right away. He can't start pushing these pawns right away. Bishop attacked, bishop protected. Uh-oh, queen coming in. Queen coming into f3. Yeah, he did get all the way up to 3355 at one point. So, absolutely insane. The only way he can do it is if he wins like 30 in a row against somebody like this, something crazy. And he did it once, so really insane. So if the queen takes, there's queen f3. You can't take the bishop. Oh no, he's in a lot of trouble. Queen f3 hits. Yeah. And that's 3 in a row for the Grizzly Bear. Oh man. Magnus cannot be happy. We see the Portuguese yet again It's one of the many ways Magnus has been playing the Scandinavian tonight. And again, this is the variation I really want to know what you guys think about. I keep saying it. I don't think this is a good position for black. Magnus wins every game in this position. Every game. I've had this like 5 or 6 times. Magnus wins every single one. Bishop just chills on c5. Cannot be captured without losing a queen. A grizzly bear would beat a doctor in real life. If I had to bet on a fight between a human doctor and an actual grizzly bear, easy. It's like not even a contest. Grizzly bear wins. Alright, so wow, okay, so he's second to break through. But it seems like white is defending very well over there. Bishops could be a potential for counterplay, but he's down some material. Yeah, if weapons are involved, then we got a different kind of fight. Alright, so slowly improving. Did he make the threat? If you take, he's sneaking in. He's sneaking in. So there we go. Magnus wins one. Nice little tactic. It would be insane. Like, you imagine over thousands and thousands of games against somebody like this that Magnus would get adopted, but it hasn't even really been close. I think 3 is probably the most we've seen by the grizzly bear. I think he's done it more than once, but I don't think he doesn't usually get past 3. And Magnus, on the other hand, doesn't usually get past 6 or so. King e2. There is a isolated d-pawn, and these guys are doubled. So white with the better structure here. And yeah, okay, a pawn just fell. So now black in a lot of trouble. There's more pawns hanging. White taking his time, just bringing in all the stuff, making sure he uses everything before he starts grabbing some stuff here. He's happy to trade. 2 pawns up. Looking good for Magnus. Yeah, for those new, it's an internet chess term. When we say adopted, we are referring to somebody winning 10 in a row. So yesterday, Magnus adopted a Vietnamese international master, and I think he was actually a streamer. The guy wasn't streaming during the games, but I think he was analyzing him a little bit later. But yeah, Warwick Star. We are watching Magnus Dr. Neckerstein versus Parham Maghsoodloo from Iran. It's 2680 rated, and Magnus takes all the pawns, and Grizzly Bear has to resign. All right. So what kind of Sicilian will we see? We will again see a Khan, which somebody here in the chat likes. Whoa, but he's mixing e6 with g6. Again, the kind of thing they tell you as a beginner. Don't do it. It's all Swiss cheese. But Magnus says, no, it's not. It's called a hedgehog. D-pawn is totally fine. Not weak at all. And we'll see. We'll see how it works out. Yeah, white getting lots of pressure. I don't know. I mean, these positions are just good for white. But Magnus still finds ways to win. He just makes a mess. So if I were black, I'd be terrified here. But I'm sure Magnus is not. It's like normal position for him. At some point, you got to worry about this coming. He gets out of the way, and this is... He didn't lose this tactically. So, yeah, if he gets these things hopping around, somehow it just all untangles. When you're Magnus, it just all untangles. Like, you just go into pins, and then you just untangle. It's just incredible. It's not what happens when real people play chess. You get pinned. They attack your pin piece a million times, you lose a piece. Alright, some issues. Whoa. Okay. But you still can't move the queen anywhere. You still can't move the queen to either of these squares. But he finds a way out somehow. But he's getting mated. Alright. Yeah, you're not supposed to get all pinned up like that. Snotty Gorilla Breath. Holy cow, there's a name. Good to have you. I hear you. Yeah, you prefer. Well, yeah, not a big fan of chess. I wonder if you're one of these people that are new. There's been a lot of people. There's a huge kind of boom. There's a lot of stuff going on. There's a little health crisis, a pandemic going on in the world, and a lot of people have turned to chess. So if you're one of those guys and you're kind of new to chess, but you're just excited here watching the world champion, I want to thank you for watching, and we also have to give thanks for Magnus for putting on these kinds of shows every single night. What he's doing as a world champion is like tremendous for this game. It's absolutely insane. The guy is giving us a show every single night, playing all these good people. Maybe that's not his reason for doing it, but it really is probably making a big impact. Sag, good to have you. Thanks for the follow. Good to see you, Grant and Alba Bazo and Kippers. Hopefully, I'm not missing too many people in the chat. But yeah, it's a real treat to be able to watch this guy every single night, battle it out with some really good people. And I'm expecting tomorrow that he will. I'm hoping that he'll play in the Lee Chess titled arena. He usually does. We'll have to see which account he's playing on. Last time he played on the Man in a Van account. But hopefully he plays in there. My goal tomorrow is to come back on, play some viewers, then hang out, and maybe if Magnus is playing again, we will check him out as well. So yeah, for those just joining, Dr. Nickerstein is the world champ, best player in the world. Magnus Carlsen, Grizzly Bear, a very, very, very strong Iranian grandmaster. And here, Beepon is running, but Magnus is getting counterplay. These guys are so good at balancing it. Zoom Cell, thanks for the follow. Very good at balancing the initiative on one side or the other. Black is queening. Oh, but White didn't quite break through, but he did defend the square. 5 seconds for Grizzly. Goes for the checks rather than the blockade. Okay, okay. All right, well, that worked out somehow. Grizzly slipped a little bit there. And Magnus gets a win. And a Caro Kann, our first Caro Kann of the night. So in 7.5 hours of chess, we get our first Caro Kann here. Hey, Ghost. How's it going? Your chess player, first and foremost. Twitch name is blah, blah, blah. That's cool. Good to have you, Snotty. Also, good username. Yeah. Ghost has been here a few times, but for anybody that doesn't know, I am Jonathan Schrantz. I work at the St. Louis Chess Club, and above everything else, I am just really excited about chess, and I'm always happy when there's new people learning about chess. So I appreciate everybody hanging out with me. If you guys have any general chess questions, I'm always pretty open to answering anything, honestly. So just let me know. Here, so the rooks are coming in, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to double without getting traded off. There are some potential weaknesses around this king. Now Magnus has to be very worried. I mean, not worried, but he has to be at least very careful that knights aren't sacrificing everywhere. He does fork, but is there any danger? Sometimes this will backfire. He just takes the knight without hesitation. And yeah, he just says you got nothing. Nothing. And maybe not. It felt really dangerous, but Magnus just kind of happily chomped all the stuff. I guess if queen takes, he was looking to bring the queen in, perhaps. Wants to get the queens off the board, obviously. He dropped a knight. Did he find anything here, or did he... He might have just dropped a knight. Yeah, this looks bad now. Where is it for White? White looking around. Sniffing around. There should be something. Is Magnus going to run up? He is going up. He's trying to win. I'll just queen trade quickly. Okay. Given the time situation, probably a mistake, but a fine chess decision. Look at that quick pre-moves. Magnus knows all this guy's tricks. He knows he's dirty. He knows he's dirty. He knows. Magnus knows. He knows who he's playing. Why am I so underrated? Actually, I don't play a lot of over the board chess. I still study quite a bit and I play quite a bit on the internet, but I'm not a very active over the board player. So I appreciate that you at least consider me underrated. Good to say. Yeah, if you went back, there was knight here. Looked pretty dangerous. So instead he sacks a piece, goes for this. Castle queenside, which was pretty incredible. And here, instead of like getting pressure on this pin, he trades and gets 3 pawns for the piece. So the attack is kind of over. Black will not trade there, obviously. Now nobody wants to trade with anybody. And if we trade all the rooks off the board, we're going to get this really kind of awkward structure for White against the 2 knights. So black has got to be the favorite to win here. My FIDE rating is about 1970 or so. Any recommendations for online resources to get better at playing? Yes, William, good to have you. So the best Lichess is actually pretty awesome. If you go here to the learn function, there's all these basics puzzles. It starts with how the pieces move, and it goes quickly into all the basic tactics that you could ever want to know and all the mating patterns. So this is a really good resource for starting out. And it's also just one of the easiest places to play chess on the internet. There are tons of videos. I'm obviously biased, so I will plug the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube channel and my newer, much smaller YouTube channel. But yeah, if you're looking, there's some pretty good resources for St. Louis Chess Club. We have so many grandmasters that come in and have taught so many different strategy classes, endgame classes, openings classes, anything that you could possibly want. You also can watch basically all these top guys. You can watch Magnus Carlsen. You can go to the Chess24 YouTube channel, E5, and you can watch Magnus, listen to his thoughts while he's actually playing games. There's a lot of incredible stuff out there. Ben Feingold, of course, should be wrapped in. If you're looking, yeah, I mean, he's very funny, and honestly, Ben has taught me so much. Here, Magnus blundered in exchange. He's super funny, and Ben has personally taught me quite a bit. He was castled. Yeah, he had to castle because the rook was hanging, so you couldn't grab the bishop. But yeah, play chess all day on a website like Lichess and watch videos all night. That is my method. At good to have Logs 1200 on Lichess. What do I focus on? Still fairly new to the game. So yeah, if you're fairly new to the game, 1200 is a very good rating. The idea is basically to target whatever your weakest at. Is basically the fastest way to get better is figure out what you're the weakest at. If you lose a game, why did you lose the game? Okay, maybe there's like an opening disaster, but maybe it's because you do need to get better at tactics. It sounds like if that's what you're saying, maybe it is you recognize that you lose because you're hanging pieces or whatever it is. Then definitely do more tactics. And tactics and endgames are probably objectively just the best way to do it. A lot of people aren't going to want to just sit and grind and do tactics because they feel boring. But if you can make it fun for yourself, because tactics can be really fun. It's like solving a puzzle. Every single time is like it's just a new puzzle that you're solving. If you can get into a good mood and do them, you'll probably end up doing pretty well. So yeah, chess tempo is definitely like the most serious. If you're new, they will be very tough on chess tempo. So give yourself a break if you can't solve all of them. But yeah, chess tempo is probably the most serious one. So another French structure here. And a lot of new people. Tris Pios. I showed that quote to Mr. Carilla, and he said, "Yeah, it's a good quote." So he stands by it. Off to bed. Okay, you're off to bed. You don't know openings at all? Then yeah, I mean it's definitely worth. At the beginning, you're not going to like sit and memorize openings, but make sure you understand the ideas. And another good way is just watching games in an opening that you just played or you like to play, and trying to play guess the move. So if you just watch a bunch of openings in the variations you play, pay attention to the pawn structures and where all the pieces go. Williams, thanks for the follow. Hey, KB Khan. Magnus is doing all right. He's definitely had a very good, very long day. So thanks for coming by. It has been 7.5 hours of Magnus Carlsen action today. And right now, he's been playing the Grizzly Bear. They have taken a few pauses because this match has been so long. But yeah, he's 84.5 to 38.5. He has threatened adoptions on a couple occasions. Hasn't quite got there. And he says, I cannot go to bed until I finally win 10 in a row against this guy. So, yeah, every night it gets longer. FD Jones. As a beginner, I find pawns the most difficult to figure out. Yeah, for sure. That seems to be a real thing for sure. It's like, for some reason, it's like the little guys. Thanks, Snotty Gorilla Breath, for the follow. It's the little guys that take like the last to worry about. You often miss that, okay, they can capture this way. Because it's a weird, tricky piece. The pawns, because they capture, different than they move. And really, the only thing you can do is focus on the pawns more. They're just the pawn structure in general during your game is going to eventually help you understand where the pieces are going to go, and it's a pattern recognition game, so it's hard to do anything but to just keep practicing mindfully, thinking about your pawns and how they move in every position. But yeah, a lot of like the beginners, like when they miss forks, it's usually a pawn fork. For whatever reason, that's just like the last one that the brain figures out for a lot of people. I'm not planning anything on the England Gambit, but you never know. You never know. I am very, very successful at beating the England Gambit, so you never know. All right, so what is happening here? Let's make sure we're not losing focus of these Magnus games. The White King looks very safe. This looks very, very promising for White. It'll be tough for Magnus to defend this one, I think. But yeah, the knight moved away, so the knight does have this square. The king goes to h6, and yeah, now it's just aligned with the queen. Why did the king have to go to h6? I guess it did, but this is bad. Yeah, knight somewhere. Where's the best knight move? No knight move? I can't believe it. Okay, but now okay, so Magnus is surviving for the moment. And then picks up a knight for no reason. Okay. Alright, good job, Magnus, for defending that. It actually looked like insanely hard to defend. So, very impressive. Yeah, the England Gambit, d4, e5. Which has a lot of tricks, but objectively it's just not a very good move. Alright, the Stein's variation. And we're seeing this again with a capture on d4 and then a quick queen to b6. And yeah, okay, this time Grizzly says, give me that b-pawn. This time he goes for it. This should all be theory, so that's why they are just blitzing this out like monsters. And f5, the typical break that you're trying to get in. Yeah, Hamilton plays it, and he plays it really bad. He plays the losing variation on purpose, but he crushes people because he's a grandmaster. Quakes, thank you very much for the follow. It's very tricky though, and like the reason you play it is not because you think it's a good opening. You play it because it's tricky and you have chances to swindle people, but it's objectively not a very good opening. All right, and this is objectively not a good position for the Grizzly Bear. So yeah, kind of got dangerous before the king ever got castled there. Repeating this opening, we're seeing him go back to this one with an early b5. Okay, seems like they're still going to get the normal pawn structure, so I guess b5 seems to be all right. White trying to punish it with an f4, trying to put as much pressure there on the center, saying, Black, you spent too much time playing on the side of the board. I want to get as much pressure as I can in the middle. But yeah, he's trying to trade these guys off. And again, theme of the day. Get that knight on c5. Somehow, some way, knight belongs on c5. He always puts the knight there. It's impossible to follow. For sure, for sure. It's, these guys they've studied a few chess patterns in their life, and they are just blitzing out the moves. It's quite the spectacle. So yeah, especially if you're new to chess, this is like impossible to believe. How do they do all this? So even if you're pretty good at chess, they still are very, very, very impressive. Okay, so feels like over the last several moves, White has made a lot of progress here, and now the pawns are running. Magnus giving a pawn to get this check in, and it's a bit of a race. You got to believe that White is faster here. Okay, so here he sacrifices to get that annoying stuff off. Queens come off, Magnus down, way too much material. Super lost, but Grizzly has 10 seconds. Okay, so he finds the way to blockade, but it's really not easy for Black to move a single piece. Anything he moves is gonna let Black get away with some stuff. Okay, who wanted the knight versus bishop mate? I don't think it's not gonna happen in 3 seconds. No way. No way this is checkmate. No way. It can be done, but oh my gosh, like 4 seconds, it's no. All right, so that's a draw. I was rooting for it. That would be absolutely insane if you can 4 seconds to a knight bishop checkmate. But no, one of the hardest ones out there. Not going to see it right now. Yeah, it didn't look like he even really made that much progress. So G4. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. G4 played, not taken for... He had a couple chances. G4. That's a line. I bet that's actually a line. I don't know that one. Normally when there's G4, I think... At least I've seen it starting with H3. But G4 is probably a line. It's just crazy. And it took me by surprise. Alright, so Magnus, up a bunch of stuff. He just takes everybody's stuff and says, B-pawn, go for it, knock yourself out. I'm still up a pawn, still blasting through. Nobody needs to castle. Black can still go queenside at some point, but... If you pre-move all your moves, any mate can be done, even with 1 second. Yeah, it's just the knight bishop mate is so hard because you have to pay attention to what your opponent is doing and to such a degree that it really is. It's basically impossible with only 4 seconds. It would be really, really, really impressive to do it in that amount of time. All right, white king coming up, pushing these pawns through. Looks very good for Magnus. There's one rook check, but it doesn't do that much. Magnus just goes up, which is probably good. Pawns keep rolling. Life goes on. Magnus will win another game. And takes the time to defend this. I was wondering if he was thinking of like sacking here. Okay, so yeah. Trying to sack here. Too many pawns. Oh, but black makes a queen. But black... I don't know. Oh, it was just mate though, right? Alcione! Thank you very much. 10 seconds is possible. 10 seconds is hard. I've seen people do it in like 30 seconds. I've seen people practicing to be able to do it in 30 seconds, which is pretty impressive. Like even doing it in a minute is like really, really impressive. Even if you know pretty well what you're doing. Even doing it in 30 seconds is a pretty good accomplishment. All right, pressure on b6. It seems to be his approach when he gets these Maroczy binds. He usually gets pressure on b6. Oh, there's gonna be a knight discovery, attacking the rook. Magnus picking up a pawn. Bishop is a little bit trapped out. You know, there could be some issues with the dark squares. Bishop is locked out, so probably he should get white's dark squared bishop off the board. And taking here is also kind of risky because now the bishop never gets back over here. But as long as white doesn't have a dark squared bishop, he should be okay. But we'll see what happens. Naroditsky said he can do it under 20 seconds. So yeah, I believe it. 4 seconds is crazy. All right, so white took on f7. There's a pin now, but there could be something. That looks like a good square for a knight. Not sure how Magnus handles it. Is he gonna... Oh, he's gonna give the queen, but he throws this check in. Oh, yeah, you can't play knight here because you take it. All right. Yeah, Magnus is gonna win this one. So that's 2. That's 2. He's going back to d4. This time a different setup. He's just playing a Catalan now. Yeah, with a 1 second increment, I would imagine most GMs would be able to do the knight and bishop checkmate. As long as there's some way of prolonging it. They will just keep making progress if they know what they're doing. But don't ask me to do it. I had to do it once in real life. And I magically did it because I was kind of set up. For it to work out well. Bishop g2 kind of surprised me because then you just take the bishop. A lot of these moves are surprising me. But yeah, Grizzly Bear, happy to be up a pawn. It's insane. It's remarkable. And the just how crazy it is. It just never wears off on me every single day. I'm watching this guy, and it never wears off. Just the impression of how incredibly good this guy is. It's just always there. What might be coming soon is some pressure on the f-pawn. So yeah, the queens are doing a good job. They're both guarding the diagonals so that the other queen cannot harass the king. So yeah, both queens doing a good job guarding. When you get this structure, you really want to guard the diagonals. So Magnus trying to break through. So see there, you see the check on the diagonal. Now he's got to defend the f-pawn, which he's doing a good job of. But now, okay. So yeah, here was his tactical point. So here's how he wanted to defend it tactically. And he's got the outside a-pawn. So he's got some chances. He's going to run that a-pawn up as far as he can. But the white king is also trapped out. So it looks very, very, very dangerous. Can white do anything? Gives... Oh, because it's check. Because he queens with check. This all works because it's check. Nice. Nicely done by Magnus. Oh, wow. Zivit. How's it going? Zivit, thank you very much for the raid. I don't think I've ever said hi to Zivit, but I have checked him out, and he's got a really awesome YouTube channel. He is a FIDE master and real strong player, really entertaining, good to watch. So good to see. It's going horrible. Uh-oh. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear it. But yeah, trying to think what is. Oh no. Oh, okay, I'm sorry to hear it, man. If that's true, I'm really sorry to hear it. If it doesn't make you feel any better, I've never said hi to you or anything, but I have watched you for a little bit of time. So thank you very much for the raid, and I hope everything goes better. So for those of you guys just joining, we are watching Magnus Carlsen. He is Dr. Nikerstein here. He has been playing against an Iranian grandmaster named Parham Maghsoodloo. He has been playing for 7 hours and 40 minutes or so, coming up on 8 hours, some ridiculously early time in Norway. But it's good to have some of the new viewers. I hope everything is all right for real. Go cool. Good to see you. And Saj Dangut. Ah, dang. Ah, Charlotte Chess Center. That's Peter. Thank you very much. Okay. Sounds okay. I hope everything's all right. But yeah. And yeah, good to have you, Peter, who's tuning in. And no, it's dinner time. Now it's like, so what's cool about this Nations Cup, in a way, is that normally Magnus is playing super late at night, but now, because I guess he does the commentary early in the morning, he just stays on, and he still plays till insane parts of the day. He's normally starting around now, and then he plays for like a couple hours. But he started almost 8 hours ago. So, hey, Andy. Grizzly is, I keep saying the name. I'm never going to say it right. But it's Parham Maghsoodloo, who is from Iran. 2680 rated FIDE. Been doing very well. It's 90 for Magnus, 41 for Grizzly Bear. And yeah, it's been an incredible match. And we see a Rui Lopez again. They've been playing a really, really strange variation. Here, they're just, okay, we're just going to play sort of normal. What is this? You can't play a Berlin. This is not a bullet opening. But here they are dueling it out. And what are they doing? Trying to play, like, objectively the best moves in the game. Hard to imagine many people. This actually is an interesting maneuver. Normally they, like, put the bishop here. They run this way. They play b6. They put the king over here. So, a very interesting approach. And it seems to have worked for Magnus because he just grabbed a pawn. So, a Berlin in blitz. Here's a rule. Don't play chess when you tire me. Don't tell it to Magnus, who now has triple pawns. The most impressive thing to me is just the simple stamina. I could not play bullet for 8 hours without severely fatiguing and completely losing all my form. And this guy does it, and his rating just keeps going up, and like plays 3200 level bullet. Like, it's no big deal. So Magnus up a pawn, but these guys are weak, so this rook might be trying to sneak around. So a5 is actually a pretty good move. He's just not letting the rook come over here and target it. So very, very nicely played. Here he's actually willing to give a pawn because he will win it back. But here, he's got to go get it. Zibit, thank you very much for the follow. I'll definitely come say hi next time I see you streaming. Ah, Goldman Sam. Yeah, the old triple pawn structure. Now, with a queen, this should be a win. He just forces the king into a place where it's pinned. He can now go on the queening square. Will be probably the easiest way to win this. Pick up this pawn without stalemating, and then give a checkmate. So 2 in a row for Magnus. Bullet is torture. Yeah. It is a tough element. So we get a French again, and they're sticking with this Steinitz variation. They've been playing queen b6. Oh, a6, the main move. And Magnus quick with a3. So we're going to see something a little bit different here. This is much more of a main line. a6 and b5 is the typical way of playing. It makes it really hard for white to castle queenside. So here, Magnus goes on the king side, and black is trying to not let white do any sort of pawn storming. Typical French structure where you do have this weakness here. It will be interesting to see how Magnus does approach this as white here. Alright, so he's going to approach it by winning a pawn and getting a great position. I know, I need to get a donation link. I know. Everyone keeps telling me. But I will set it up soon. It's just this week was get a whole bunch of new emotes week. Maybe next week. I update about once a week. I do improve the stream in some way. Maybe next week's focus will be getting money. But yeah, I'm just here because I love it, and I love watching Magnus, and I love these battles, and I just like chess. So that's why I'm here doing it. Warwick Star, thanks for the follow. So this pawn, he will end up having to sack, and then the only question is, how much damage can this king do? With the bishop here, not very much. Good move, not taking right away. All right. Yeah. Don't send it to kink. Can't trust that guy. I'm nobody really. Tony Miles. It's cool, dude. It's fine. I'm just doing it because just doing it for the love of the game. Knights hopping around. So if you grab that b pawn, black was taken here. That could have been horrible for white. So alright. So there's still this pin. Breaks the pin. He's trading the queens too as well. C4 surprised me, but in a good way. It's probably a good move. And it looks like white is starting to get a lot of pressure on the queen side. But black also has counter pressure on the d-pawn. So probably pretty close to equal here. But now this pawn is sneaking in. But look at the time. I just noticed the time. Grizzly Bear way down on time. Way down on time. That seems like... Okay, maybe 16 seconds is enough here, but it's tough. Also, that d-pawn is tough. It makes it tough for black to find good moves. But so far, Magnus doing a good job holding it in here. Yo, Yannick, how's it going? What's my favorite piece? Oh, I love the knights. You know how many games knights have won me? Knights are great. You attack 2 of their pieces at the same time, and they never see it coming. Oh, he's gonna... Oh, okay, he did have one move. Oh, that was actually nice. Nice defense. Like, he's still losing, but a nice defense, and he can try to dirty flag. Yeah, white doing an awesome job keeping that king out. And yeah, even gets all the pawns, making sure it's a draw. Okay, white's going to win. There's plenty of time. Oh, didn't do it right away, but he got there in the end. And Grizzly Bear takes down Magnus Carlsen. Rooks 80% of the time get you the win. How is it possible? The knights, like, they go backwards and they fork like 2 pieces, and you never see it coming. They never see it coming. Queens are pretty good. You can attack things with queens from really far away. People miss that a lot too. A lot of good pieces out there. Hey, Volk. Knows all. Yes, we do know who Grizzly is. This is Parham Maghsoodloo and strong Iranian Grandmaster. And these guys have been battling it out for hours and hours and hours. 93 for Magnus. 93 for Magnus. 42 for Grizzly. Magnus had gained quite a bit of points at one point today. He was actually close to 3270. So he's come down a little bit since then. He's gaining like 3 for a win, losing 8 for a loss, something like that. So not easy. When you're playing somebody as tough as the Grizzly Bear, not easy. B-pawn hanging, nobody cares. Again, looks like a pretty good position for the Grizzly, but maybe a lot of stuff will. Maybe we'll just simplify. Maybe we'll get a lot of stuff off the board. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, maybe he did. So yesterday he came on and he adopted an IM just like immediately, and then he stopped for the day. So he's on today. Maybe he's just like, well, I'll stop when I get an adoption. If it takes me 8 hours, or whatever, however long it takes. So yeah, this is pretty close to a draw. Magnus up a pawn. He's got some chances, but he's got to move faster. Whatever he does, Black doing a good job delivering the checks that are costing Magnus the most amount of time. Magnus is going to flag. Magnus is going to flag. Thank you, Quick Surreys, for the follow. Magnus not quick enough on that one. Grizzly gets 2 in a row. What is this adoption talk? Adoption in chess is when you win 10 games in a row. So, so far Magnus has won like streaks of 6 in a row. I think once he had 7 in a row, but we haven't gotten to 10 in a row yet. I hear you, Triple. This is where the big boys play late at night. Lots of bullet matches. Lots of the top guys every single night. This is the site. LeeChess.com.org. .com probably also sends you. I bet LeeChess.com also sends you here. For sure. It's for sure. It's my preferred site. Bishop hanging with check, but then the king attacks the knight. Queen is attacked. This is complicated, but Magnus up material. King in a little bit of danger, having to block the rook in. Yeah. As soon as white starts getting the stuff back and starts taking more stuff, this is super bad news. Yeah, okay. He could have taken the bishop. He could have taken the rook. It all seems to win for white. Magnus could lose 3 in a row, which is actually, it's the most. We've seen it a couple times. Grizzly sometimes wins 3 in a row. That tends to be the most he gets in a streak. Chess fra Bregas. Thank you for the follow. Visim in the house. Q314. 314. Are you from St. Louis? Almost 3 a.m. over here. And for Magnus. Gotta bounce. All right. See you, Volk. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for saying hello. All right. So, wait, I turned my head. Magnus won the game. I totally stopped paying attention to that one. No idea how it happened. Magnus won the game. What? I got distracted. I had to stay focused. All right, so d5 right away as a pawn sack, and Black just realizes, I think I got to get castled. Got to get out of here. And yeah, position wide open. Nice wide open position. Wasn't sure about knight g5, but he goes for it. B-pawn taken. Yeah, people having fun. Just talking to the bots. Sometimes, bots are often a lot less judgmental than actual humans. So it makes a little bit of sense. A little bit easier to talk to them sometimes. Magnus declining the offer to trade queens there. Grizzly is a pawn up, so it was an interesting decision whether to double him up or not. Okay, we're gonna play a little defense here. Magnus again in trouble. We haven't seen the Grizzly. Oh, I guess he didn't win the other one. I was just assuming he's won the other one. FD Jones, thank you for the follow. And yeah, Planet Al. It is it's Maghsoodloo from Iran. For Apollo 4. Thanks for the follow. Parham Maghsoodloo, 2680 rated Grandmaster from Iran. Who yeah, I thought I just won that last game because I just like I zoned out like yeah, he won that, now he's gonna win 4 in a row. But no, it's not true. But he does win this one, which is only 1 in a row. But yeah, the last several series of games has really gone well. Have I played handicap chess? I have. I've played like against students and stuff. I usually give time odds, but I can also give like piece odds to students or something. But if you're a big fan of my stream, when you see me when I actually do play with viewers and stuff, no matter what the rating is, I always do like to play rated games. And I do always like to play just one-on-one. That's how I see chess. I see it as a battle. It's me versus you. It's a one-on-one thing. It's not a simul. It's not a handicap thing. It's not 960. Offbeat opener. Good to have you. Thanks for the follow. It's one person versus one other person. It's a battle of the minds. It's me versus you. I'm going to attack you. And no matter what you're rated, everyone can beat everybody. So it's me and you. I'm taking it seriously. I'm gonna try to crush you. That's how I see it. Yes, that's how it happened. Knows. All right. So here, Magnus has a fantastic position. So here he sacks, technically giving back some material, getting those queens off the board. And is this such an easy win? Giving that pawn for the a pawn, I guess. How does the a pawn make it all the way? How do you get to the a1 square with the bishop guarding it? I don't know if this is the easiest way to do it, but that makes it easier. But I don't know if that was the easiest way to do it. As far as I can tell, watching Magnus, so I keep repeating this line. Oh yeah, this line's great. White just takes all the pieces. White just takes all the pawns and gets greedy. This line's awesome for white. You do everything you're not supposed to do in chess. You put your king on d1. You move your queen 1,000 times, and Magnus keeps doing it. And then you beg him to get the queens off. And here he succeeded. You just get the queens off. Okay, Magnus just wins. But yeah, as far as I can tell, the whole point of life is just watch Magnus. I don't know. Maybe he's just really good. Maybe he's brainwashed me. It's like, you must watch. I don't know how he does it. For the official St. Louis Chess Club response, you will need to watch Mike Kummer's Meaning of Life Revealed on the St. Louis Chess Club to get our official stance on what the meaning of life really is. So, I wonder if anybody out there knows that video. Boom, Magnus crashing through. Should be good for white. Felt like it was much better for him at one point, and now is only just better. But just better is fine. But yeah, look for all these bishops. How fine is this? Is this all right? I don't know. I don't get h4. Probably didn't see the rook go. I don't know. I'm just kind of making this a little bit harder than it could have been at one point. Okay, so he picks up the h pawn after all. Gets the g guy going. Takes the freebie rook. You know, Magnus is really good. When people just hang pieces, he takes them. Like, here's how I knew Magnus was a super strong chess player. He was playing in the World Blitz Championship. Somebody hung a rook. That guy took it so fast. Magnus is like, boom, that rook's mine. He's playing like Grizzly or somebody like really good. He's like, boom, you blunder a rook, boom, mine. And it's like me, if I'm playing somebody really good, I'm like, wait, what? Is there like a trick? Is there what? I'm like confused. Magnus just takes those freebies. Takes the freebies. That's why he's so good. You can see hanging pieces in one move. That's the day I earned full respect for Magnus and knew he was the best player ever. Took that rook so fast. Here, bishops versus knights. Will he stop at 100? I always think he's going to stop, and then he never stops. Okay, gives the bishop so he can take the knight. But wait, but the bishop. I was commending you for your piece hanging vision. I just told everybody how good you are at seeing hanging pieces. What are you doing? And then you trade everything off, and the guy's got a knight. Come on. Ugh. Yeah, it's hard to know when Magnus intends on stopping. Is it 100 games? Is it some rating? Is it adoption? Is it when he collapses? Yeah, it's not going to work, but you can try it. Yeah, it's also not going to work. The knight could always have sacked with the pawn. 5 seconds is usually enough here. You got the queen. You just bring the king closer and find the checkmate. So that's one for the Grizzly Bear. Falling down 32-19. We haven't seen it this low in quite some time. All right. So yeah, lots of doubled pawns. Everybody likes doubled pawns. And yeah, so again, we get an interesting pawn structure. We get the bishop first, the knight. These pawns actually do a pretty good job of taking away some of the ideal squares from the black knight. We'll see where the knight ends up. Where is that knight heading? But also, these pawns are also doing an awesome job. Not letting that dark squared bishop get in here. So everybody doing good at stopping the other minor pieces. Okay. Magnus just in bullet nonsense mode. He is just going crazy. He has lost a couple games on the clock. He's saying, not this time. I'm going to play as fast as you've ever seen in your life. We could see triple pawns pretty soon here. He might stop when he passes out. Good to have you, Mords. Can we get a triple? Probably will happen at some point. So, boom. There they are. Triple pawns. This is crazy, but it feels very good for black, but I don't know. Is he thinking? What's he thinking? He's thinking something. Yeah, he sacks. He sacks. And he puts the rook back right away. Oh. Yeah, that was a good move by black. Holy cow. Black is almost mating. Not quite. Magnus way down on time. Down on queens. Oh. 2 more for the Grizzly Bear in a row. Poor Magnus. He started at like, I don't know, 3,100 something at the start of the day. He might just finish where he started 8 hours ago when this all began. We will have to wait and see. It could be fatigue setting in. You never know. Could just be. Parham is a beast. Grizzly Bears. They hibernate a lot. Maybe after hibernation, they are able to stay up for tremendous amounts of time. You would think if you slept for like a whole, like summer. Oh, you can't castle either way. How do you defend the rooks? You castle that way. You can castle. I take it all back. You'd be able to stay up for a long time, right? After you hibernated. So maybe Grizzly Bear is used to staying up this long. So Magnus hoping to win back that bishop at some point. Is he tiring down, guys? This does seem to happen, and then he, plays a couple bad games. But how does he go like 8 hours? Or is he? Or is he still crushing? Is he still crushing? E4. E4. More French defenses. Love to see a good French defense. Let's see if... Oh, okay. And yeah, so Magnus taking with his knight f3 line. The more popular line is f4, but knight f3 is a popular line. It seems to be becoming more and more popular. And I thank Fabi for that. Might not be true, but I still thank Fabi for making this line more popular. Yeah. Immuno, good to have you. Plays so fast. Only used 20 seconds last game. I wasn't paying attention, but yeah, that sounds about right. Here, because of this pin, he had to give a bishop for a knight. Not easy. Magnus in bad shape here. This pin on g4 is really nasty. Not easy to find a move. Yeah, you gotta be so careful. What is this? Holy cow! I'm breaking down the door, and I'm gonna crush you. This pin's still so annoying. You can't even do anything. It's just, yeah, tough one. All right. So yeah, he does like this French structure. We've seen him in the past, though, when they do get this structure, that he's been doing this maneuver, getting the bishop out right away, playing like a6 and then putting the bishop on b4. Here will be something different. And h5. But yeah, he's also been castling queenside in a lot of these. Not this time. He's playing rook to c8. a5 played, trying to create some targets on the queen side. The knight usually has to go to some awkward places. In some cases, the thing can bounce back over here. Or we can do it this way. Gets rid of the bishop. That seems to be his trick in these French lines. He gets rid of the c8 bishop ASAP. All these lines. He loves getting rid of that guy. It makes him feel like he's achieved something. And perhaps he has. Yeah, f6. So the main breaks in the French defense, if you can just imagine the pawns here in this structure, are you can play the move c5, and the other main break in the position is f6. So yeah, you will see f6 in quite a lot of Frenches. How did Iran become a chess powerhouse? Good question. I don't know the answer, but yeah, they do have a lot of good players coming out of Iran. Nice, nice. e4. French. A lot of Frenches. French defense lovers like me. We can rejoice today. We get to see quite a lot of Frenches here. Oh, so this is like the actual main line, where maybe black, if he was playing the absolute main line, would have his queen on b6 rather than move a6. I don't know if this was intentional, because a6 is also a move there, or if this was it was pre-moving so fast that didn't really happen. But yeah, this is a really cool match for me, because I love all these positions. And I have been on my own YouTube channel. I have a thing on the Steinitz variation of the French, where you can actually see quite a lot of these structures for those that are interested in it. But yeah, it's also one of these. It's interesting to see, too, how these guys break through, because it seems like, yeah, white has done pretty good over there on the king side. He's got a lot of space, but now what? We will give Magnus 30 seconds and ask him the question. You've done well over there, white, but now what? And he's going to let us know. SSA is back. Whew. Good to have you. Getting some funny business going on. All right. Patty Hurst. Do you think with the tools available online that it's still worth paying for a chess tutor? If you're actually like a tournament player, I feel like it really does. I feel like the best approach is to have an actual coach that can teach you directly, and somebody that will watch your games and while you play them. It's one of the fastest ways. Get somebody that's like 500 points rated higher than you or more, and that's probably one of the fastest ways to improve. Oof. Because they're going to see any mistake that you're making, you might not be noticing you're going to make the same mistake over and over. But if you get an actual coach, they will be able to tell you pretty quickly, here's how you should be thinking in this kind of position. Here's why this went wrong. And you keep doing this thing, stop doing that thing. That's why you keep losing all your games. And if you get a really good coach and you listen to them, that's got to be one of the fastest ways to improve. Because then they're focused on you. If you have them for weeks or months and years, the same coach, they'll know exactly how you operate, how you think when you play chess, and should be able to help you out pretty much. So yeah, I definitely recommend a coach if you're at that serious level. You're casual 1800 on lead chess, but would like to improve and find it difficult to know whether I should focus on puzzles and games openings. Yeah, definitely that's where a coach will be able to help you out. So, and what's cool is you can always try coaching if you don't like it. That coach, you can go to another one or you can just stop. It's pretty chill. It's for you. Just keep in mind that it's for you. It's your training, so you pick your coach, how you want to do it, and yeah. Oh man, I always have trouble with blue names. Your name's in red and I can't read it. Ray Colin. Good afternoon. How's it going? Man, Yance, always trying to bring the truth here. And any tips for mid-game? I will recommend one book. What's the game record of these two? Jumpy Joe. You can actually look right down here. Magnus has 99 today, and first 48 for Grizzly Bear, and lifetime 180 to 69 here. For no games, I will recommend one book. It's called. I keep plugging it. I don't know the guy, but I keep plugging it. Mastering Chess Strategy by Johan Helston. I read it when I was 1300. Yeah, of course, Patty. I'm always happy to help. I read it when I was 1300, and I pretty much went straight to 1800. Like just overnight read a book. I spent a lot of time on it. Like when the book said, spend 15 minutes here and see if you can figure out what's going on. Like how many pieces is Magnus down, but is the H pawn queening? What is going on? I really took it very seriously, and I went from 1300 to 1800 based on that book. So that's the book I'd recommend. Obviously, there's so many resources on the internet. St. Louis Chess Club, where I work, is one of them, and yeah, just there's so much good stuff there. I have no idea what's happening here, but it looks like White's going to win. Dang. I was confused there for a long time. It's a good thing you guys were bugging me with questions. My rating is probably going to stay at 1900 because I haven't really been playing over the board very much. And Magnus is probably going to stay at 3210 for the night because it appears that he has also taken off. This time, I believe it. He has done this where he pops out, pops back in, but it feels like we might be able to actually believe that he's gone this time. So, Magnus... Yeah, this was very nice. This defense... Yeah, just to go back. I had no idea what was happening in this game. Let me just look... I'm only going to look at one game, and then I'm just going to kind of do a summary and probably get out of here. But, yeah, so this all seems like relatively normal for what these guys are doing. And then... Where did I kind of get distracted? Okay, so this is actually good for black here. G7, so now White's like super winning. Okay, so what was the actual mistake here? Pushing is wrong. You need to play Queen G2. Okay, not easy. Not easy. I don't think watching the game will actually help me understand it. This one was pretty insane. Here, Queen takes E6. Wow. That would have been nice. That would be a way to win a chess game. If wherever you go, there's some knight jump and... No, did I do this wrong? Do I not know the knight squares? This one is a lot better. Yeah, that one's a lot better because you covered the square. And yeah, checkmate. So yeah, missed that pretty sick tactic. Queen takes E6. That would have been a nice way to end it. But he found it here. And yeah, this is only a draw. He should just keep going back. Queen C6. And yeah, once black gets active here, it could be bad news. Which one? If you pull a game, if you have a game you want to see, if you pull it real quick, I'll be able to watch it before I sign out of here. And then this wasn't perfect, but this is a draw. This is a draw. He resigned. He resigned. B2. B2. You make a queen, I make a queen. Like, making a queen is actually wrong. Oh, because here first. Ah. This is a draw. He flagged? Is that true? No, he had 3 seconds. He resigned. Oh, no, but it does say timeout. No, you're right. You're right. Let me put it in this mode so you guys can see all the chat and everything. With that in mind, I leave you guys here and hope everybody has a very safe and very good night.